Que l'on ouvre les portes. Oh, excusez-moi, j'ai oublié.
National anthem
Oui, oui.
first.
Bien, j'ai oublié un grand...
I'm sorry. I forgot a great gift that we're about to receive from the member for Sarnia-Lambton, who will sing the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command, car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix, ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes.
Let the doors be opened.
That's statements by members and the first.
Statements by members. The Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, Thanksgiving is less than a week away, but this year Canadians have less to be thankful for. A report this morning found that half of all Canadians are prioritizing cost over nutrition. Mr. Speaker, families, parents in my riding and throughout the GTA have to make a choice between them or their kids going hungry. And this summer, while helping refugees, I met a young man who was not a refugee. He was a Canadian with a full-time job, and still, he could not afford rent and food. When it came to being hungry or having a roof over his head, he chose food. He was forced to live out of his car and to use the showers at 129 Peter Street. Mr. Speaker, this is the reality that many Canadians face. I'm grateful to University Settlement and Scaddan Court, who my team and I will be helping to put together Thanksgiving hampers. But relying on charities and food banks is not sustainable. The federal government must finally act before more Canadians go hungry and lose their homes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Newmarket.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month I attended the Newmarket International Festival of One-Act Plays, which presented 12 amazing plays at the Old Town Hall in downtown Newmarket, bringing joy, entertainment, and laughter to the audiences. The International Festival of One-Act Plays has grown, taking on significance within the broader theatrical world, with 212 entries from around the world, and I love the culture that it provides our community. What could be better, that it also supports In From the Cold, a not-for-profit critical support need, truly defines the festival as a culturally rich experience that excites our audiences and gives back to our community. To Tom Pearson, President of the Very Useful Theatre Company, the writers, directors, sponsors, and volunteers, thank you and congratulations for your well-deserved success.
L'honorable député de Peterborough, Kawartha.
Eric Roeder, 32, of Apsley, passed on September 25th after a courageous battle with bipolar disorder. We are devastated by this loss and completely unprepared. Eric has impacted the lives of so many people, and to know Eric was to love him. We struggled greatly with Eric in his battle with mental health. We faced roadblocks and lacked resources every step of the way on the path to find him help. That is an excerpt from Eric Roeder's obituary. It is an absolute tragedy that has shook my community. Eric's sister Haley wrote this on her Instagram. I made calls and advocated for my brother up to the hour before he passed. When Eric went manic, I called every crisis line for support and none was given. This must change. Everyone knows there is a crisis. The system failed Eric and his friends. We must prioritize mental health. We must fix this broken system.
L'honorable député de Kitchener.
The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
I rise today to honor a remarkable young man, Bryce Friesen, son of John and Shelley and big brother to Luke. I first met this remarkable young man when he and a friend volunteered with my election campaign in 2021. On his 12th birthday, as soon as he was eligible, Bryce joined the Royal Canadian Sea Cadets in Kitchener. He never looked back and rapidly progressed through the ranks of the Sea Cadets program. Bryce maintained near perfect attendance throughout and went above and beyond for every activity, including food bank volunteering, recruiting, and supporting the Royal Canadian Legion during poppy sales. Last spring, he was selected to receive the top honor from the Royal Canadian Legion for exemplary service by a cadet. In May 2023, he decided to pursue his dream, and on September 12th was sworn into the Canadian Armed Forces. He embarked on basic training in St. Jean, Quebec on September 27th. Congratulations, Bryce. I know how justifiably proud your family is of you.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Latin American Heritage this month, I'd like to highlight many prominent members of Longueuil's Latin American community who are making their mark in a number of key areas in our community. These include Ms. Natalia Meya, president of Couture Porte-Bonheur, a company contributing to the development of Quebec's textile industry, helping Quebec designers bring their creations to life. As well as Carolina Campos, a former constituency assistant who worked hard to promote integration and cultural sharing between Latin American and Quebecois communities. Mr. Alvaro Cueto, president of the Saint-Hubert Borough, who was involved in community life in the city of Longueuil through the organization of sporting events and civic initiatives. I'm proud to rise in the House today to pay tribute to them and to all the members of Longueuil's Latin American community whose presence and involvement makes a real difference to the people of Longueuil.
Je tiens à remercier les députés.
I want to thank members. If we can just keep conversations to a more acceptable level so that the speaker may hear members' statements. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président, et félicitations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your election. Dear colleagues, during National Newspaper Week, I want to highlight Stéphane Saint-Amour's career at Courrier Laval. He worked there for 40 years in spite of the challenges. Stéphane started out as a cultural and economic reporter and went on to cover municipal politics in Laval. At the end of the 20th century, he reported on irregular practices within the municipality's administration, thereby defending democracy, freedom of the press, and access to information. Stéphane persevered at a time when reporters were less free to speak out. His dedication deserves recognition, even if he wasn't always successful or praised. Thank you for your perseverance and for your efforts to keep the people of Laval informed, Stéphane. The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach Thanksgiving weekend, I would like to share my gratitude with this House and to all Canadians watching us. First, I wish to express my profound appreciation to my family. Your support has been the cornerstone of my work as a Member of Parliament. I also want to convey my thanks to my constituents. You work hard to raise your families, you help your neighbours, make our communities a better place to live. Your commitment inspires me, and I'm forever grateful for the privilege to serve as your representative. Additionally, I want to thank all my Conservative colleagues for continuing to stand together to build a future that reflects the values we hold dear. Separate thanks go to our staff members who assist us in our communities every single day. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to express my appreciation to our Conservative leader and Canada's next Prime Minister for giving Canadians hope against all the despair in this country, which is so important this holiday season. Thank you, my friends. Wishing you all a relaxing and joyful Thanksgiving.
And happy Thanksgiving to you as well. The Honourable Député de Oakville-Nord Burlington.
Mr. Speaker. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Together, we must do more when it comes to breast cancer prevention, early detection, treatment, and support. Breast cancer is still the most commonly diagnosed cancer among Canadian women, with one in 8 of us who will be diagnosed in our lifetime. Most of us in this house know someone who is one of those women. People like my sister Jill, who was diagnosed in 2019 and now lives cancer-free, and my friend, the member for Labrador. While much progress is made, there's much more to do. Thank you to those on the front lines doing life-saving research and to all of the doctors, nurses, activists, and healthcare professionals who are working with patients, survivors, and families. A special shout out to Jill and all those impacted by breast cancer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
We add my congratulations on your election. As Speaker, may you have the wisdom of Solomon and the patience of Job. Like all of us in this chamber, you will be assisted by a bright and eager group of House of Commons pages. I welcome the new cohort to this place and thank them for their willingness to be here, helping us to be our best selves and making this chamber effective and efficient. These talented students have earned their place here through hard work, dedication, and a commitment to public service. They are not our servants. They are making Canada a democracy that works. And as we welcome them, we remember it's our responsibility to be respectful, to be kind, ensuring they have the opportunity to learn, grow, and make a meaningful contribution to the future of Canada. As we begin this new session, let's remember all those who work in this chamber and outside it. Security officers, table officers, and staff members, they make it safe and welcoming, ensuring our traditions are honored. Thank them, thank us, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
L'honorable député de Barrie-Innisfil.
With Thanksgiving coming, Liberals have in the past issued what they call turkey talking points as a guide to what they want families to discuss at the dinner table. This year, their talking points should sound something like this. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, grocery, gas, and home heating have become unaffordable because of their inflationary spending, debt, and the carbon tax. Housing costs are at 30-year highs. Rent has doubled. Young people have lost hope of owning a home. 3 in 5 Canadians will be in financial trouble if interest rates increase. For many families, mortgage costs will double as renewals come due. 7 million Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. 63% of Canadians spend what they make, while 30% spend more than they make each month. Violent crime is up 39% since 2015. Violent gun crime up 101%. And finally, Canada has been humiliated and embarrassed on the world stage. As Canadians gather this weekend, consider this one last turkey talking point. This is a Prime Minister who cannot be redeemed at this point. He must be replaced. Oh, and by the way, he's not worth the cost either.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, when conversations are held in my community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges in every corner of our beautiful country about the giants of Canadian rock, April Wine's unmistakable rhythm and sound reverberate powerfully. April Wine has woven itself into the fabric of our identity, capturing hearts across generations with unforgettable tracks like Roller, Sign of the Gypsy Queen, and I Like to Rock. Their story, marked by the sale of millions of albums, isn't just one of chart-topping achievements, but also their tenacity, longevity, passion, and of course, Canadian pride. Central to that sound, Mr. Speaker, has been the unparalleled talent of Hall of Fame guitarist and vocalist Brian Greenway, a proud resident of my riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges, who's been an integral part of the iconic rock band since 1977. For their decades of contribution to the tapestry of Canadian music, Brian and the members of April Wine received their star on Canada's Walk of Fame this past Thursday, September 28th, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to April Wine and Brian, who I have the honor of hosting in Ottawa with his wife today. Congratulations.
Before I continue to the honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington, I would like to remind members not to engage in recognizing people who might be in the galleries. I think there are very good reasons why we should not do that. The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
This Liberal NDP government is forcing a carbon tax on the farmer who grows the food and the trucker who ships the food. This is a tax on every single Canadian who needs to buy the food. Now we learn they want to quadruple the tax, putting extra financial burden on the farming communities that feed this country, not just by increasing the cost of producing the food, but of shipping it. Canadians know that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. After 8 years, his tax and spend agenda has resulted in constantly raiding the wallets of those struggling, leaving less to buy basic necessities. Using the personal bank accounts of Canadians to fund vanity projects is not the way to run a government.
That's right.
These Liberals have proven they have never stepped up, nor have they exhibited even a modicum of financial responsibility, and need to step aside and let the Conservatives know how to take the reins. Mr. Speaker, it's time to start listening.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers have had enough. Inflation has hit historical highs and people are having trouble meeting their needs. In my riding, food bank use has gone up between 40 and 50%. Citizens are suffering. Quebecers have to find themselves a second job to make ends meet. And what's the government being supported by the Bloc doing? They're adding a carbon tax, which is raising the cost of living for everyone. Quebecers are not dupes. The carbon tax they voted against does not apply to Quebec. Not only does this add a burden to Quebecers, the government's adding on. The Bloc said that it wanted to increase the carbon tax to extremely high levels. Voting for the Bloc is expensive. They'll have the opportunity to vote for our motion to abolish this tax. I hope that let's see if they listen to Quebecers or to their Liberal partners. The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Aujourd'hui,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in the House during Women's History Month to pay tribute to a leader in my riding of Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount, Ms. Ruth Gagnon. As Executive Director of the Elizabeth Fry Society of Quebec, Ms. Gagnon has devoted 44 years of her life to supporting women in Quebec's criminal justice system. This community organization based in Notre-Dame-de-Grâce helps women dealing with the criminal justice system by offering crime prevention and social reintegration programs. Through her work, Ruth Gagnon has restored dignity to hundreds of women every year. Her work is recognized by her peers and now in this House. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, today is National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit people. In the spring of this year, the NDP led the call to have this House declare the continued loss of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people as a Canada-wide emergency, and to commit to providing immediate and substantial investment. This included the Red Dress Alert that would activate the public's assistance whenever an Indigenous woman, girl, or two-spirited person goes missing. Families and organizations like Sisters in Spirit and Native Women's Association are calling on the federal government to invest in this alert system to save lives. This is a matter of life and death. There is no more time to wait. The Liberals have not done enough to protect precious lives. This government continues to fall behind in enacting the calls for justice for Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse people. Again today, the NDP calls on the Liberal government to take this emergency seriously and immediately enact the National Red Dress Alert.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the legendary Festival de la Galette de Sarrasin de Louisville is celebrating its 44th edition. Over the past few days, I had the immense joy of being inducted as an honorary member into the Buckwheat Brotherhood. It was a great pleasure for me to pledge my loyalty to this priceless local product. rest assured that I will do you proud by promoting buckwheat and its byproducts. I'd like to thank the Grand Master of the Confrérie du Sarrasin, Marc H. Plante, and the festival's president, André Auger, with whom I had the privilege of sharing this honor. Please join us for the rest of the festival and for next Sunday's parade, the high point of the celebrations. And as I like to say every year from the balcony of City Hall, long live buckwheat country.
L'honorable député de Calgary, Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, housing costs have doubled. The average price of a house in Calgary is $548,000. That's up 20% just from 2020. The average home in Canada now costs nearly double that of one in the United States, even though they house 10 times as many people on less land. Average rent in Calgary for a one-bedroom is $1,718. The average rent for two bedrooms is $2,121. That's up 17% year over year. Monthly mortgage payments on a typical home in Canada are now $3,560. That's a gobsmacking 151% more since this NDP Liberal government took power. Unbelievable. Ash in my riding wrote the following: "It's starting to look like the most affordable and realistic option for me and many others would be moving to the U.S., while Inga says, it pains me to see people, including immigrants, be in such dire straits. Residents in my riding know this. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost."
L'honorable député de Calgary, Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute and commemorate the life of a remarkable Calgarian, Chris Snow, whose unwavering courage in the face of adversity, dedication to the Calgary Flames, and an inspiration to countless others have left a lasting impact on our hearts. Chris was the Assistant General Manager of the Calgary Flames. He embodied the spirit of resilience and determination throughout his life. His courageous battle against ALS was a testament to his unyielding strength. He faced this devastating disease with unwavering resolve, becoming a symbol of hope for those living with ALS and their families. Beyond the world of hockey, Chris's impact extended into the family. Today, we also remember Chris as a loving husband to his wife, Kelsey, and a dedicated father to their two young children. His love and devotion to his family were evident in all aspects of his life, and his legacy of love and commitment will forever be cherished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci encore à tous les députés, tous mes collègues pour
Thanks all again to my colleagues for your cooperation today. I just want to let you know that it's very important that you make sure your statement falls within the time limit.
Oral questions, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years, we can see that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of food. Because of inflation, Quebecers' health is suffering because of the cost of groceries. 63% of Canadians are suffering from the exorbitant rise in grocery prices. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise to reduce food prices before Thanksgiving next Monday? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, we tabled the Act on Affordable Housing and Groceries, which will encourage the construction of more rental housing and bring greater competition to the grocery industry. But instead of working together with us to get there by Thanksgiving, the Conservative Party chose to obstruct the debate because they have no plan to help Canadians. You have to walk the talk, Mr. Speaker, so we would call on all members of this House to work together to pass Bill C-56 as soon as possible. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. With the Liberal NDP coalition, they can push whatever they want through, but after 8 years of government, he's the one who promised a month ago to reduce grocery prices before Thanksgiving. Will he keep that promise and reduce grocery prices to bring the price of peas down by 20%, lettuce by 33%, turkey by 37%, and potatoes by 74%. He's the one who made the promise. Will he bring prices down by Thanksgiving next Monday?
The
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Leader of the Opposition truly wanted to speed up support for Canadians with food prices and rents, he would not have blocked our bill's passage on affordable housing and groceries. But he would prefer to play political games and hold things up in the House instead of working with us to deliver assistance to Canadians that is so needed. We will continue to focus on bringing relief to Canadians. We will be there for Canadians on the cost of living. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, it's impossible for us to block passage of anything because we don't have a majority. This government has a majority with its coalition with the NDP. They can pass whatever they want through this place. But instead, they just raise the carbon tax and they put in place legislation to increase that tax by 300%, which will result in a 61% increase, 61 cent a litre increase on gas. Will the Prime Minister keep his promise to bring food prices down by Thanksgiving? It was his promise. Will he keep it, yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we saw with dental care, where we wanted to help Canadians, the Conservatives blocked that. When it comes to childcare at a reasonable cost, they tried to block that. Or when it comes to the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, the Conservatives tried to get in the way with parliamentary tactics. The fact is, we will always be there. They've always been blocking our assistance to Canadians, but here on this side of the House, we are always focused on the relief we can deliver to Canadians. Before I turn the floor over to the opposition leader, I'd just like to remind members to please wait for the question to be asked and the answer to be given. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
All this Prime Minister can do is blame others for the exorbitant inflation that he has imposed on Canadians' food bills. He promised a month ago that by Thanksgiving Day, food would be affordable. Yet since that time, the CEO of the Food Bank says that now we have more Canadians than ever relying on assistance just to eat. And a poll out just today shows that 2/3 of Canadians are actually afraid for their health because they can't buy nutritious food after 8 years of this Prime Minister. So will he keep his promise, yes or no, to deliver an affordable Thanksgiving dinner to Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, we see that the Leader of the Opposition is always ready to play political games, because a few weeks ago we moved forward with the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, which will help build more rental homes and increase competition, including amongst the largest groceries. But instead of working with us to move this forward before Thanksgiving, the Conservative opposition chose to obstruct debate around these measures. We're going to continue to stay focused on helping Canadians while they stay focused on playing political partisan games.
Once again, I would ask people to kindly refrain from talking so that the Speaker can hear the answers from the government benches. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister can pass any bill he wants any time he wants because he has a majority in coalition with the NDP. That's why he promised a month ago that he would make food affordable by Thanksgiving. Big blustery photo op. So my question for him is, will, by this Monday at Thanksgiving, he reverse the 22% inflation in the price of peas, the 33% inflation in the price of green salads, the 37% price inflation in the cost of frozen turkeys, and the 74% price inflation for potatoes. Will he keep his word? Will he bring the prices down? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, we see again the Conservative opposition is always ready to fling attacks and make criticisms, but what they actually did was block our move to move forward on a Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. They obstructed debate last week in terms of delaying it. We want to move forward on this so we can help Canadians, but they stood against this act the same way they stood against $10 a day childcare, the same way they stand against the Canada Child Benefit, the same way they stood against dental care for Canadians who need it. Mr. Speaker, we will keep helping people.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Stats Can revealed last week there are nearly 500,000 non-permanent residents in Quebec, an increase of over 150,000 from last year. Permanent or otherwise, newcomers have the same needs as everyone else. They need a roof over their heads, they need to work, they need to interact with others, and they need to learn the language. Their kids need to go to school, and when they're sick, they need health care like everyone else. Will the government revise its targets so we can provide all these essential services to newcomers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague knows full well, immigration is a shared area of jurisdiction between Canada and the Government of Quebec. And we work together to bring people in, to meet needs for the workforce, to boost the economy and so on, while at the same time ensuring that the appropriate investments are made to settle those people and enculturate them. We'll always be there to work hand in hand responsibly with the Government of Quebec. The honourable member for La Prairie. The Prime Minister's a dreamer. To him, being open to the world means welcoming newcomers because it's a nice thing to do. It's as if he thinks it doesn't matter if newcomers can't find a place to live or if rents go through the roof. It doesn't matter if they don't integrate because there aren't enough French language and enculturation courses. It doesn't matter if they don't have access to basic services. Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, it is serious. It's serious and it's irresponsible of him. Will the Prime Minister revise immigration targets based on our capacity to settle newcomers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with my honourable colleague. I think shutting the door on newcomers is not the solution. We need more affordable housing, I agree, but that's why we announced measures like cancelling the GST on the construction of new rental housing units. We will work with the provinces and municipalities to accelerate approvals and build more housing faster to better settle newcomers. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Today is a bad day for Conservatives, but a great day for the people of Manitoba. A historic campaign, a hopeful campaign, and he ran a campaign to defend a public, universal healthcare system, and now they need a federal partner. The Prime Minister...
Colleagues, order. Colleagues, I could not hear the question. Honourable member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to repeat this. Today is a bad day for Conservatives, but a great day for the people of Manitoba. Speaker-elect Watchanu ran a hopeful and historic campaign. A campaign to defend a public, universal healthcare system. But now they need a federal partner. The Prime Minister has called private privatization of healthcare innovation. So will the Prime Minister stop the flip-flop and come out clearly and say no to for-profit healthcare?
Again, colleagues, please. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. It's a good thing that Manitobans rejected the politics of fear and division and intolerance and moved forward with a progressive alternative. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with the new government of Manitoba on issues that matter deeply to Manitobans, whether it's building more housing, whether it's supporting the path of reconciliation, fighting climate change, and mostly moving forward on affordability for everyone. We will continue to stand up for a public health care system, including with $200 billion in health accords we're looking forward to sign with this new progressive government, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, during the campaign, Conservatives said they would never search the landfill for the bodies of murdered Indigenous women.
Shame.
They were actually trying to score political points off of a genocide. Yeah. It's disgusting. Yeah. And Manitobans spoke very clearly. They rejected this hateful, divisive, conservative politics. Yes. So to the Prime Minister, will he do everything in his power to make sure the landfill gets searched and put in place a red dress alert to save Indigenous lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, words cannot express the grief and pain being felt by the Mirren and Harris families, as well as the entire community of Winnipeg. They're looking to find healing and closure right now. Our approach must be victim-centered, trauma-informed, and Indigenous-led to support healing. That's why today we announced $740,000 more in additional funding to explore in greater detail the next steps of a search. And as we announced in our last budget, we are moving forward on a red dress alert as well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister pretends that he's not in a majority coalition with the NDP, when in fact he is, and he can pass any law he wants at any time. And that's why he promised a month ago that we'd have an affordable Thanksgiving. I know it was a ridiculous promise. I'd hate to have to hold him to something so absurd after he caused prices to rise so quickly. But it was his promise. So, will he reverse the food price inflation he caused by Monday so that Canadians can have an affordable turkey dinner? Yes or no?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, times are difficult for Canadians right across the country, as they are difficult for people around the world. The war in Ukraine, the global inflation crisis, the after effects of the pandemic have all caused real challenges. And that's why, as a government, we've been there to support people, whether it's with the grocery support, whether it's now with the Affordable Housing and Competition in Groceries Act. Now, the problem is, Mr. Speaker, is the Conservatives chose to obstruct debate on that act, to delay it. And we call on them to help us move forward on this to make sure that Thanksgiving and future Thanksgivings are more affordable for Canadians.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
After 8 years of excuses and inflationary debt and taxes, food prices and mortgage prices are raging out of control. In fact, mortgage payments are up 150%. When the government borrows money, competes with Canadians for their mortgage rates, it drives up the cost of lending. So will the Prime Minister tell Canadians how much will his government borrow this year? How much?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, Conservatives continue to call for cuts to spending and cuts to supports for Canadians, but at the same time, they say there's not enough access to housing. And they put forward a plan, a private member's bill, to tackle the problem of housing affordability. The problem is it won't build homes fast enough, it doesn't reach enough cities, and it creates unnecessary bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker, while cutting the Accelerator Fund and ripping up our agreements to build more homes with cities like London and others across the country. On this side, we're actually linking public transit dollars to housing density, working with cities to ensure their housing proposals are ambitious, and addressing the bureaucracies to slow.
Chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was how much? You see, when the government borrows billions of dollars out of the economy, it bids up interest rates. Those interest rates have already ballooned faster under this Prime Minister than under any other in monetary history. So once again, how much, and how much will this government borrow from the economy this year? Just the number, please.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to talk down Canadians and talk down the Canadian economy, we're going to continue to put Canada's strong fiscal position in service of Canadians. Yes, Mr. Speaker, our strong fiscal position. We have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7. And we're one of the 3 largest countries in the world with a AAA credit rating from the bond agencies. Mr. Speaker, we have been there for Canadians, and we have been responsible stewards of the public purse, and that means we will continue to be able to support Canadians through these difficult times, including with the measures we have right now.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The bond agencies he brags about were the same ones who were charged because they falsely claimed the subprime crisis would never happen in the United States of America. Canadian households, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, are more indebted than any other country in the entire G7. And interest rates have gone up faster than at any time in monetary history after 8 years of this Prime Minister. All of this is driven by his massive addiction to borrowing. So the average barber or waitress knows how much they borrow. Does the Prime Minister, who's the head of a $500 billion government, even know how much he's borrowing out of the country this year?
Mr. Speaker, we see once again the Leader of the Opposition's tried and true tactics of attacking the facts when they don't suit his purposes. Mr. Speaker, the international bond rating agencies like Moody's and S&P that have ranked the top economies as AAA economies, the United States, Germany, and then Canada in the world's largest economies, have said that our fiscal plan is sustainable. As we are there to support Canadians, as we demonstrate fiscal prudence, as we support Canadians through this difficult time. Now, he can wage war on experts and the facts and demonize them all he likes, but we will keep being there for Canadians grounded in the facts.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Even tell us the facts.
That's right.
Because he doesn't even know the facts. This is a man who is going to borrow $421 billion this year. If the government bought 421 billion apples, the price of apples would go up. When they borrow $421 billion, the price of debt goes up in higher interest rates. That's why Canadians are paying 150% more on their mortgages. How much will this government force Canadians to spend on national debt interest this year?
Hear, hear. Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
I know Canadians won't be taking any condescending economics lessons from the Leader of the Opposition after he proposed to Canadians that a good way of avoiding inflation was to buy crypto, Mr. Speaker. That was his economic counsel to Canadians, and if they had followed it, they would have lost almost half of their life savings. Mr. Speaker, you can understand we won't be taking any economics lessons from that guy.
Colleagues, I know that we are caught up with the passion of the debate. I ask you to always direct your comments through the chair and to also make comments which are not disruptive to the House. The honourable member of the official opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that Prime Minister should be taking economics lessons from everyone. Everyone. This is a guy who said budgets balance themselves right before he doubled the debt. This is a guy who said he doesn't think about monetary policy right before he led interest rates to rise faster than at any time in Canadian history. This is a guy who, up until I told him, didn't even know how much he was borrowing out of the Canadian economy. This is a guy who's doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, and doubled the needed down payment. Mr. Speaker, it's about time he took some lessons. Why doesn't he go to the library and do a little bit of studying?
Colleagues, I ask us to make sure that our comments are not disruptive to the House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play his partisan games and focus on me, we're going to remain focused on Canadians. We move forward with an Affordable Groceries and Affordable Housing Act that they have continued to obstruct debate on. We've continued to deliver things for Canadians like dental care for low-income Canadians that they stood against. We continue to deliver $10 a day child care in places across the country that they campaigned against. They continue to campaign against the Canada Child Benefit. We see, Mr. Speaker, they're always there to make clever political arguments. They're never there to actually support Canadians like we are.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday a group of 25 doctors from the Montérégie and Eastern Townships made a clear diagnosis. The housing crisis is undermining Quebecers' health. But the Prime Minister continues to withhold $900 million earmarked for housing construction in Quebec at a time when the housing crisis is turning into a public health crisis. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the first principle of medicine is do no harm. When will the Prime Minister stop harming housing construction and pay Quebec its $900 million? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few years, we've always been there to invest along with Quebec in housing, and we'll keep doing that. The federal government does have a role to play in the building of housing and affordable rental units, including in Quebec. So we're working with our Quebec counterparts to advance a plan that will work for Quebec and allow for more housing to be built more quickly. All levels of government share responsibility for this, and we hope that we will move together in partnership urgently. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. There's something the Prime Minister doesn't get, and that is that this is also involves people living in substandard housing with no alternative. It's about people who don't even have a roof over their heads. People don't have the luxury of waiting for the federal government to stop wrangling over jurisdictional issues. As far as they're concerned, there's no valid excuse for withholding $900 million in housing construction funds. They're right. There's no excuse. When is the Prime Minister going to stop looking for excuses and pay out the $900 million? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that the Bloc keeps picking fights where there is no reason for one. We are working hand in hand with the government of Quebec in order to address this housing crisis. Yes, we're investing $900 million and more in housing construction together with the government of Quebec. It's good news for Quebecers that we're working together so well with the Legault government. Unfortunately, the Bloc is just trying to pick a fight. It's too bad for Quebecers, but we are going to focus on our principles and on helping Quebecers.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Good news headline. Apartment rents are on the verge of declining due to massive new supply. Unfortunately, that's a CNBC headline from the United States of America. Here's a CBC headline in Canada. Rent is going up more than $100 a month right now. And another one, the Prime Minister's favorite, the Toronto Star, that this year we're having worse construction numbers than during the lockdown. Why is construction up and rent down south of the border when it's just the opposite here in Canada?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, we know we need to build more rental constructions more quickly. And that's why we put forward a bill that removes the GST from new rental constructions across the country and on the federal side. And that is actually spurring thousands of new units to be built across the country. It's a very exciting measure, except unfortunately, Conservatives have chosen to obstruct debate on that particular measure. Why won't they line up with Canadians? Why don't they see that building housing supply is going to help Canadians right across the country? Why won't they line up with us and support Canadians across the country?
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's the one that's been obstructing that promise for the last 8 years since he made it. But since that 8-year period, the average rent has doubled. Mortgage payments have doubled. The needed down payment has doubled. It has been double trouble. And after doubling the cost, he created a $4 billion so-called accelerator to build homes. How many homes have been completed?
Chers collègues, s'il vous plaît. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, following a request from the Minister of Housing to scale up their ambition, Vaughan's City Council passed a bold housing resolution to unlock even more affordable family-sized homes. That is a direct result of the Housing Accelerator Fund. This is a concrete example of how the federal government can lead and ensure more affordable housing options so our seniors, students, families can grow in their communities. We look forward to more municipalities joining us to ensure all Canadians have a safe and affordable place to call home.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was not how many resolutions have been passed. You can't live in a resolution. You can't live in a photo op. You can't live in a press release or a promise. He created this fund a year and a half ago, promising to, quote, accelerate housing. So how many houses have been completed? And by completed, I mean houses with walls and roofs and doors and people living in them. How many are completed? How many?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition's housing plan consists of wagging a finger at municipalities and saying, you better build more homes or else. Mr. Speaker, we have a better approach than that. We actually work with municipalities to build more homes, and we're seeing the results of that housing plan. Recently, alongside British Columbia and the City of Vancouver, the member for Vancouver Centre announced the groundbreaking of the construction of 154 new affordable housing units close to transit in the heart of Davie Village, which will also house Community, which is a non-profit organization providing safe and secure services for individuals and families living with HIV/AIDS.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Cannot live in an announcement. You can't live in a press release. You can't live in the Prime Minister's talking points, which he's having so much trouble reading, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister is now presiding over a massive decline in home building. In fact, last year, Canada built fewer homes than in 1972, and this year, housing starts are down 32%. And by the way, to end the suspense, the number of homes that have actually been built by this so-called housing accelerator, zero. What? Nada. Nothing. When will you stop the talk, end the bureaucracy, and finally get something built? Yeah.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, over the past number of years, over 2 million families have got into homes because of our strategic investments in housing, and we just added to that with the Housing Accelerator Fund that is moving forward to remove barriers and get more housing built faster, which is exactly what we're doing, for example, with the City of London, where Mayor Morgan said this is the most significant housing investment in London history, where over the next 3 years alone, we'll build over 2,000 additional housing units in London. We know this is a challenge that we need to solve together, and that is what we're going to do in partnership with municipalities.
L'honorable député de Burnaby-Sud.
In 2021, the Prime Minister made election promises to stop rent evictions and to deter unfair rent increases. Well, 2 years later, 500 renters in Toronto are on strike because of rent evictions and high rent increases, as well as poor conditions. Now, the Prime Minister and Liberal MPs from Toronto are nowhere to be seen. Those promises, meaningless. How can the Prime Minister justify the broken promises to Canadian renters?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, we have been there consistently to partner with municipalities and provinces where they've been willing to improve conditions for renters, to support the building of new apartment complexes, to ensure availability of more affordable housing. There have been a lot of progress made, but there's more to do. That's why we were so pleased to see the Government of Ontario join in with us on eliminating the GST on new rental apartment buildings. These are the construction. These are things that are going to make a big difference, and we'll continue to work with our partners, including with the Mayor of Toronto, to make sure we're protecting renters.
L'honorable député de Burnaby-Sud.
Mais je n'ai pas fini. Au Québec.
But I'm not done. In Quebec, 25 doctors have made a heartfelt appeal. Their patients' health is getting worse because of the housing crisis. After 8 years of the Liberals in power, rents have doubled. That's their record. When will the Prime Minister stop telling us, I should have, I could have? When will he finally take this crisis seriously? Mr. Speaker, we have worked closely with the Government of Quebec for years to invest in housing, and we are currently working hard to implement our investment of $900 million to help with the housing crisis in Quebec. We know that many people are concerned, and that is why we are taking action in partnership with the Government of Quebec, as we are doing throughout the country, hand in hand with our partners at municipalities and in the provinces.
L'honorable député de Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Sisters in Spirit Day and the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people. We honor the lives, memories, and spirits of the too many Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people that are missing or have been murdered across Canada. As we see in Winnipeg with the Prairie Green landfill, where human remains of loved ones, victims of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls may lie, more work needs to be done. Can the Prime Minister please explain what the Government of Canada is undertaking with Long Plain First Nation to address this heart-wrenching situation?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard firsthand the grief and pain of the families and community, and our hearts are heavy, knowing how difficult this has been for them. They're looking to find healing and closure right now, and it's important that we support them in this process. That's why today we announced $740,000 in additional funding to explore in greater detail the next steps of a search. We will continue to work in partnership with Indigenous leaders, families, and survivors for a victim-centered, trauma-informed, and Indigenous-led approach to healing.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, 8 years ago, the Prime Minister promised in his 2015 platform that he would, and I quote, repurpose all available federal lands and buildings at a low cost for affordable housing in communities where there is a pressing need. Can he tell us How many homes have resulted from repurposing these buildings and lands?
Good question.
Mr. Speaker, in 2017, we moved forward with the National Housing Strategy, which was a direct response to the fact that for 10 years under the Conservatives, the federal government had removed itself from providing housing solutions for Canadians. Over the following years, around 2 million Canadians accessed new homes, new places to live because of the work of that National Housing Strategy, and we're continuing that work, working closely in partnership with municipalities and provinces, doing things like eliminating the GST on rental construction of new apartment buildings. These are things that would be accelerated if the Conservatives stopped blocking them in this House.
We're happy to cooperate. We're just looking for one little detail. There's 37,000 federal buildings representing 6.2 million square meters of space. The Prime Minister promised 8 years ago that he would repurpose some of that space to create homes. How many have been created?
Like I said, Mr. Speaker, our National Housing Strategy has delivered homes for close to has supported in delivering the homes for close to 2 million Canadians, families, but we're going to continue to do the work necessary, working with partners in municipalities and provinces on delivering housing solutions. One of those parts of the solutions is eliminating the GST on new rental construction, and that's something, unfortunately, that the Conservatives can support with right now if they stop obstructing and slowing down debate on the bill that we put forward for Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a problem with the microphone. The Prime Minister didn't hear the question. There are 37,000 federal buildings, 6 million plus square meters that could be converted into housing, not to mention thousands of acres of federal land. Now, the Prime Minister agreed that that could be done because he promised it 8 years ago. So after 8 years of doubling housing costs, can he tell us how many homes have been created by repurposing federal buildings and lands? Just the number, please.
Mr. Speaker, over the past years, we've invested close to $40 billion to build and renovate close to 500,000 homes. That's 500,000 homes.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister doesn't need to answer it because my Deputy Leader did an order paper question. He asked for the government to tell us how many homes have resulted from repurposing land and buildings of the federal government. The number? 13. Not 1,300, not 13,000. 13 homes, Mr. Speaker. That's 2 homes per year. How many millennia would it take then to build the 3.5 million homes we need for Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play rhetorical games, we're focused on building the range of solutions that we're going to need to actually solve for this housing crisis, which involves things like removing GST from purpose-built rental construction, moving forward with the rental construction financing initiative that we've been working on for a number of years now and delivering, moving forward with the Housing Accelerator Fund, $4 billion for municipalities like Vaughan, like London, like the Lower Mainland to build new homes, and continuing to work on making the rental market safer for all Canadians. These are things we will continue to do because Canadians are counting on all of us.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP is hiring unilingual Anglophones in high-level bilingual positions, people who not only do not speak French, but who are not even taking French classes. The RCMP is clearly violating the Official Languages Act. Mr. Speaker, when even the police are violating the law, there's clearly a high-level problem. Despite the official languages reform, there is still a culture of contempt for French in the federal government. Will the Prime Minister remind the RCMP that it must respect the law?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. The principle of bilingualism is fundamental for this government. We have modernized the Official Languages Act. With the implementation of Bill C-13 this year, we expect the RCMP to respect the principle, and we expect them to hire bilingual individuals to fill bilingual positions. And I know that the Minister of Public Safety will be speaking directly this afternoon with the Commissioner of the RCMP. The Honourable Member. Well, Mr. Speaker, this case with the RCMP is a clear example of the culture of contempt for French within the federal government. It's one thing for the RCMP to hire unilingual Anglophones, and it's one thing for them not to take French classes, but the worst part is that no one has even thought to require them to take classes. No one is even trying, even for appearance's sake, to try to ensure that the law is respected at a minimum level. That's a great example of this culture of contempt for French. Will this Prime Minister finally understand that he needs to take action?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, as I just said, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety will speak directly with the Commissioner of the RCMP this afternoon. This is a concern that we share. And we expect federal institutions like the RCMP to respect the Official Languages Act.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
After 8 years, 8 long years, 8 miserable years, Mr. Speaker, of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the cost of energy. 2,800 Nova Scotians have had their power cut off. And this day, the Nova Scotia government reported that 37% of Nova Scotians now live in energy poverty. Because of this Prime Minister's carbon tax, which he now wants to quadruple up to 61 cents a litre, will he at least let his Atlantic caucus have a free vote on our motion to axe the tax and bring home lower prices?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative Party refuses to understand is our plan to fight climate change is above and before everything else a plan on affordability. 8 out of 10 Canadians do better off with this price on pollution in the jurisdictions where it's been brought in. This is something that means that even as we fight climate change, which is something Atlantic Canadians know all too well is important with hurricanes like Fiona or the wildfires we saw this summer, we're putting more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians. This is how we fight climate change and support Canadians at the same time when Conservatives want to take away checks like the Climate Action Incentive.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
After 8 years, 8 long, painful, costly years, this carbon tax is not worth the cost. And it's not just me saying it. The Liberal member for Avalon has said, and I quote, "We are punishing rural areas of our country and the most vulnerable people in society." End quote. Other Liberal MPs like to go back to Atlantic Canada and say they disagree with the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. Unfortunately, they lose their spines when they get to the House of Commons. So will he stop bullying them, let them have a free vote, so that we can pass our motion to axe the tax and bring home lower prices?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, apparently unlike the Leader of the Opposition, I spent a lot of time with rural Canadians this summer who were heartbroken over the wildfires that devastated their communities, the record floods, the record heat waves and droughts that everyone is...
Rick.
Hiding in your cottage doesn't count.
Todd, in favor? Prime Minister, you have 17 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, in all the conversations I had with rural Canadians across the country this summer, they were devastated by the impacts of record wildfires, of floods, of droughts, of heat waves. They see the impact of climate change, and they know that we need to continue to fight climate change while putting money back in their pockets. That's exactly what our price on pollution does. That's what we're going to continue to do instead of eliminating.
Chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, hiding out and going surfing in Tofino does not count for spending time with rural Canadians. And obviously he's not listening to what they have to say, because after 8 years, his carbon tax is not worth the cost. He now wants to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre. Even the Liberal government in Newfoundland and Labrador is calling on him to axe the tax. They agree with me. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister listen to the Liberal government in Newfoundland and Labrador and his own Liberal caucus from Atlantic Canada and axe the tax?
Before the Prime Minister responds, I would like to inform colleagues that in the week following the parliamentary break, the speakers will be issuing some reflective guidelines as to the type of things that we should mention and not mention that will not derange the House. So I just want to let members all know that. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I suggested the Leader of the Opposition speak to people in Stephenville, Newfoundland, who've seen historic investments, looking at them from Germany because of the investments in hydrogen in the clean economy and offshore wind. I suggest he speaks to his member from St. Thomas, Ontario, where the Volkswagen plan is going to land because of the historic leadership we've shown in clean electricity and drawing in innovation investments. Mr. Speaker, you haven't heard the Leader of the Official Opposition talk at all about the benefits of that investment on Volkswagen, because he has no plan for the future of the economy.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, climate change is a major priority right now, and Canadians from coast to coast are asking for concrete action in the area of developing new technologies. Can the Prime Minister tell this House about the actions taken by the government to promote the development of green industry, not only in Canada, but also in Quebec, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question and for his excellent work. Last week, I was with the Minister of Innovation and Premier Legault to announce the historic Northvolt Agreement. Our government is working very hard to attract to Canada investments that will enable us to create more jobs and stimulate economic growth throughout the country. With this announcement, we will be consolidating Quebec's position in the automobile sector for the next decades. And this is the first electric vehicle battery plant in Quebec. It's great news.
Chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when you tax the fuel of the farmers who make the food and the truckers who ship the food, then you tax all who buy the food. And after 8 years, this Prime Minister's carbon tax is just not worth the cost. But he hasn't got the memo. Now he wants to quadruple the tax to 61 cents a litre with firm support from the NDP. Both parties motivated by greed, government greed, to take more and more money away from poor and working class families who are hit hardest by this tax. Will they stop the greed, vote with us today to axe the tax so that we can bring home lower prices?
Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition refuses to understand is you cannot have a plan for the future of the economy and jobs in this country if you don't also have a plan for the environment and to fight climate change. That is what we have demonstrated over the past 8 years, as we've seen emissions come down faster than any of our colleagues in the G7, as we continue to move forward in a way that both delivers affordability money for families, and jobs for the coming generations. These are the things that Canadians need for the future. That is what our plan is delivering.
No, what they need is affordable food and energy. With a policy that lowers emissions, like we did, rather than raising taxes like he does. Actually, emissions are up. That is the great irony. Emissions are rising under this Prime Minister, which proves that he and his carbon tax are not worth the cost. After 8 years, can he not see the pain and suffering in the many, many streets of people who are lined up to go into food banks because of his tax? Will he do the honorable and compassionate thing and vote with us today to axe the tax?
Mr. Speaker, what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition continues to put forward is a plan to double down on oil and gas at a time where that is not going to build the careers, the future, the innovation that Canadians need. I was pleased to meet with a number of Albertan business leaders last night to talk about how we're going to work with them, including in the oil and gas industry, to reduce emissions, to build a brighter future that includes great jobs for Albertans and workers in the energy sector right across the country. We have a plan to fight climate change and grow the economy for the future. The Conservative Party has none.
The only thing the Prime Minister has is a second carbon tax that will apply to Quebec. With the support of the Bloc Québécois, which is joining with the federal government at a time when the leader of the Bloc Québécois is actually vacationing, using up more fuel in a jet. Will the Prime Minister and his friend, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, will they cancel their holiday plans and the carbon tax to protect the environment and Quebecers' wallets? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are discussing issues today that are serious for Canadians, like their futures and jobs. Whereas the leader of the Conservative Party is continuing with his partisan attacks.
Colleagues, le décorum est vraiment important.
Decorum is very important in this House. And that is why I must insist that only one person rises and speaks at a time. We must respect that rule. And we must behave in a way that is worthy of this chamber. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, please start over. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there to support Canadians. We will always be there to work closely with all those who want to build a strong economy and protect Canadians' future. That is what people want from us, and that's what we are doing. We take it very seriously, whereas some people in this House do not take it seriously and prefer personal attacks over substantive debate, rather. Canadians will have to judge, but I will continue to work closely with the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green Party to build a stronger future for all Canadians, despite the Conservatives' partisan games.
Député de Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about the cost of housing, and while the Conservatives are letting partisan politics get in the way of important legislation that would increase the number of affordable units built in Canada, our government is working side by side with cities and the provinces to increase the housing supply. Can the Prime Minister share with this House some of the concrete actions taken in my community of Vaughan by the government to fight the housing crisis?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the MP for Vaughan Woodbridge for his hard work and his leadership. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing the work of the Housing Accelerator Fund in action. Yesterday, following the request from the Minister of Housing, Vaughan City Council passed a bold housing resolution to unlock more affordable family-sized homes. And we're excited to share their plan has now been approved. While the Leader of the Opposition's plan is to cut the Accelerator Fund, destroying the momentum we've built with cities like London and now Vaughan, we're going to continue to work to build more homes faster now.
L'honorable député de Burnaby-Sud.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Conservatives love a history lesson, so let's go back in time when the Conservatives were in power. Ground beef went up 128%. Corned beef went up 89%. Bread went up by 60%. And guess what the Conservatives did? The response was to give billions in tax giveaways to wealthy corporations. Now, after 8 years of Liberals, food prices have also increased by 30%. Now, the Prime Minister's solution is to ask greedy CEOs nicely to stabilize their prices. When will he have the courage to take on the real problem, which is corporate greed? Hear, hear.
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Canadian grocery bills are just too high. That's why we're taking immediate action. We called the top CEOs to Ottawa to discuss how they can make grocery more affordable, and should they fail to show results, their inaction will have consequences. We're also moving forward on competition reforms because we know increased competition is good for consumers. Unfortunately, the Conservative Party has chosen to obstruct debate on the competition bill reform, but we're going to continue to move forward because that's what Canadians need.
One person left.
L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while the minister responsible for people with disabilities says it's going to be 18 more months until anyone receives the Canada Disability Benefit, Canadians with disabilities continue to disproportionately live in poverty across the country. Like me, the Prime Minister has never had the experience of living under the crushing weight of legislated poverty. But he can do something about it. He could immediately introduce the Disability Emergency Response Benefit as the disability community has called for. Will he do it?
Hear, hear. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question and agree that there is much more to be done in supporting Canadians with disabilities. But we've done a significant amount over the past years, and we will continue to address the ongoing barriers faced by persons living with disabilities. We're focused on improving the lives of Canadians in the long term, and the historic Canada Disability Benefit is just one of the steps our government is taking. Our government is looking forward to doing the work directly with the Disability community completely in the spirit of nothing about us without us.
And that brings to the end of question period. I see rising on a point of order is a member from Port Coquitlam.
Port Moody Coquitlam, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to ask if for unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to make my statement over. There was some accidental walking in front of my shot earlier today, and I'd like to do it again.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid there is not unanimous consent for the member to make her declaration. I will ask that question again. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to present her statement 31 again?
Yes.
I'm afraid the member does not have unanimous consent. It being 328, pursuant to order made on Thursday, September 28, 2023, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. Poilievre relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Okay. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Paulus, moved that, given that, A, the Bloc Québécois supported the so-called clean fuel standard, a second national carbon tax, which will raise prices on gas in Quebec by 17 cents per litre, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and B, the Bloc Québécois said carbon taxes need to be increased much more radically than it is now. C, the New Democratic Party and Liberals supported measures to quadruple the carbon tax to 61 cents per litre. D, Atlantic Liberal members of Parliament allege they are not in favour of the carbon taxes, but have supported carbon tax measures 23 times since 2015. The House call on the government to introduce legislation within 7 days of this motion being adopted to repeal all carbon taxes to bring home lower prices on gas, groceries, and home heating. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Kimmett.
Mr. Kimmett.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Baldinelli.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Bazan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Richards.
Richards.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Cladoux.
Ms. Cladoux.
Mr. Chambers.
Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Zimmer.
Mr. Brassard, Mr. Lobb, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Muse, Mr. Redicott, Mr. Van Popta, Mr. Waugh, Mr. Steinley, Mr. Calkins, Monsieur Lehoux, Monsieur Généreux, Mr. Genereux, Mr. Morantz, Mr. Tucker, Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster, Mr. Martel, Mr. Gould, Mr. Couric, Mr. Patzer, Mr. Caputo, Mr. Mazer, Mr. Dreeshen, Ms. Rumpel-Garner, Mr. Cram, Mr. Tolmie, Mrs. Wagenthal, Mr. Epp, Mr. Bragdon, Mr. Allison, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. McLean, Mr. Shipley, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Reed, Mr. Shields, Mr. Falk Provencher, Mr. Motts, Mr. Williamson, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Morrison, Mr. Dowdle, Mr. Albus, Mr. Carey, Mr. Weber, Mr. Soroka, Mr. Lake, Mr. Vierson, Mr. Ruff, Mr. Fast, Mr. Khanna, Mr. Leslie, Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Vong, Mr. McDonald Avalon,
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Colby Cardigan, Mr. Sajan, Mr. Blair, Mr. O'Regan, Ms. Ng, Mr. Guilbeault, Mr. Fraser, Ms. Hutchings, Ms. Tassie, Mr. Varani, Ms. Sachs, Ms. Suds, Ms. Bennett, Ms. Murray, Ms. Crow, Mr. McGinty, Mr. Scarpalegia, Mr. Casey, Mr. Vandal, Ms. Cara, Madame Saint-Onge, Ms. Haidu, Mr. Miller, Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, Madame Joly, Madame Le Boutillier, Madame Petitpas-Taylor, Mr. Ananda-Sangri, Mr. Beach, Madame Martinez-Ferrada, Mrs. Valdez, Mr. Algabra, Mr. Mendicino, Ms. Jasic, Madame Fortier, Mr. Dollywall, Mr. Arsenault, Madame Lalonde, Mrs. Romanato, Ms. Jones, Ms. O'Connell, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Gerritsen, Ms. Sahota, Madame Bendayan, Mr. Fragiscatos, Mr. Biddle, Ms. DeBrusen, Mr. Baptiste, Mr. Kuzmaricek, Ms. Dillon, Mr. Essasi, Mr. Fillmore, Mr. Fonseca, Mr. Housefather, Mr. Cedar Brampton East, Mr. Badaway, Mr. Souza, Mr. Duguid, Mrs. Atwin, Mr. Maloney, Mr. Sarai, Mr. Kellaway, Ms. Vandenbeld, Monsieur Sanson, Monsieur Serré, Madame Koutrakis, Madame Briard, Mr. Fisher, Mr. May Cambridge, Monsieur Yacono, Mr. Johari, Mr. McLeod, Mr. Morrissey, Monsieur Shifke, Monsieur Zuberi, Ms. Hefner, Mr. Turnbull, Mr. Chang, Madame Shanahan, Ms. Cedar Brampton South, Mr. Sorbera, Mrs. Zaid, Ms. Yip, Ms. Latanzio, Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Pulowski.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Van Bynen.
Mr. Ali.
Ali.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Chatel.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Carr.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Julian.
Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Juan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Idlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. John.
Mr. McGregor.
McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Green.
Mr. Backrack.
Backrack.
Madame Hughes. Ms. Zarillo.
Cirillo.
Monsieur Bouleris. Mr. Angus.
Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter,
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Ashton.
Je vote non.
Ms. Ashton, n'est contre.
Je vois aucune. Bio va va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 209, 209.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion defeated.
Je désire à l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
J'aimerais encourager les députés.
I'd like to encourage members, please continue your conversations outside the House.
Chers collègues, je désire informer la...
Dear colleagues, I wish to inform the House that because of the vote, because of the recorded division, government orders will be extended by 13 minutes.
Affaires courantes ordinaires, dépôt de...
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
Le député de Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a report on Indigenous rights and justice entitled Indigenous Lobby Day 2023 by the Canadian Labour Congress that calls for safe drinking water for Indigenous communities, immediate action on missing and murdered Indigenous persons, and honoring residential school children and their families. I ask for consent of the House to table this report.
Yes. Say this again.
Qui s'oppose à ce...
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay.
No. Consentement unanime.
We do not have unanimous consent.
Of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an honour to present in both official languages, of course, the 11th report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, also known as the mighty OGO, a report entitled Travel Expenditures Related to the Office of the Governor General's Secretary since 2014. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive report or response to this report. Thank you.
J'aimerais reconnaître la députée de Carleton Trail Eagle Creek avec une opinion.
I would like to recognize that there is a dissenting opinion from the member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Present a supplementary report to the report from the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. This supplementary report is the result of an unwillingness by the Liberal NDP coalition to take firm action to rein in the outrageous spending by the Office of the Governor General, which demonstrates a callous disrespect for Canadian taxpayers through lavish spending on catering and clothing. And it's timely, Mr. Speaker, given the news today that the Office of the Governor General has spent $117,000 in dry cleaning since 2018. This should not be allowed to continue, let alone softly approved by a lack of action to end it. The trust of Canadians must be restored in the role of the Governor General. The best way to do that is to take strong measures to address this overspending at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. That is why Conservatives are recommending the following: reforming the Governor General's pension to match the pension of an MP, former governor generals receive a pension roughly $150,000 per year, regardless of the length of time in office. Ending the clothing allowance, ending the expense account for former governors general, and legislating a requirement for the Office of the Governor General to publish on its website an annual report on its activities, including its financial statements, similar to that of the Office of the Official Secretary to the Governor General of Australia. The government must act, Mr. Speaker, to restore Canadians' trust in the institution of the Office of Governor General. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to also table a dissenting report. I will just interrupt the member. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou seeks unanimous consent to present a dissenting opinion. All those opposed to the Honourable Members moving the motion will please say nay.
No. D'accord.
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, please go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a dissenting report on the Governor General's expenses. The recommendations made by the Committee on Government Operations are adequate but do not get at the heart of the problem. They do not put an end to the source of the problem, which has to do with the very role of Governor General. So in my dissenting report, I propose that we directly address the problem by asking for the federal government to abolish the position of Governor General. Thank you.
Merci. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Ruff, appuyé par...
Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Chambers, requests leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act, Carbon Pollution Pricing. This motion is deemed adopted.
Député.
For Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
L'honorable député de Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce my first private member's bill today. This bill to act to amend the excise tax is quite simply in its objective, and that's to remove the GST off the carbon tax. Removing a tax from a tax is just common sense. While many Canadians would prefer to axe the carbon tax altogether, this is a common sense interim measure to provide relief to millions of Canadians while we await a future Conservative government. With the carbon tax set to increase over the coming years, the GST collected on such a tax will increase with it. Given the current inflationary environment driving up the costs of everyday goods, there's no need for Canadians to be paying a tax on a tax. I encourage members from all parties to support the swift passage of this common sense bill to make life more affordable for all Canadians.
Mr. Ruff, appuyé par Mr. Chambers, propose.
Mr. Ruff, seconded by Mr. Chambers, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu une deuxième fois? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
First reading of Senate public bills, motions, presenting petitions.
Madame May.
Well, no, she hasn't got up yet, so you can recognize one of the other MPs that are standing. So you choose whoever for this. It's Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
L'honorable député de Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of residents in Mission Maskey, Fraser Canyon,
who are frustrated with Canada's handling of plastic waste. In 2020, the member for York Simcoe tabled Bill C-204, which was passed by the House, but died on the order paper when the last Parliament was dissolved. The bill would have banned the export of plastic waste for final disposal, and the Liberals prevented it from passing. My constituents are calling upon the Government of Canada to toughen penalties on those who violate international laws on waste exports, and to finally enact a ban on the export of plastic waste for final disposal. It's time for the Liberals to stop talking about protecting our environment and start doing something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next one.
L'honorable député de Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to you, this being my first opportunity to rise in the House since your election. I have two petitions to present today, Mr. Speaker. The first is members from my community who are part of the Falun Gong community, who are bringing to the attention of the government specifically three asks. First, that a resolution is passed to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime from systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs. The second is to amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting. And the third is to publicly call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. The second petition that I have, Mr. Speaker, also comes from members in my community. They draw to the attention of the government, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that has warned us repeatedly of rising temperatures over the next 2 decades. They indicate that they certainly, that we as Canadians are certainly feeling the impacts of climate change, including increased flooding, wildfires, and extreme temperatures. They also draw to the attention that addressing the climate crisis requires drastic reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And in 2021, the federal government had committed to cap and cut emissions from the oil and gas sector to achieve net zero by 2050. They therefore call on the government to move forward immediately with bold emissions caps for the oil and gas sector that are comprehensive in scope and realistic in achieving the necessary targets that Canada has set to reduce emissions by 2030. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's also my first opportunity to address you as Speaker, and my heartfelt congratulations. And congratulations on your immediate approach just moments ago in getting through question period. I think your car is not yet dented. My petition today is on something I have not presented a petition before, of real concern to residents of Saanich Gulf Islands. There is a citizen campaign, and the short form of it is called Stop Killer Robots. You might think it was not a real threat, but petitioners point out that autonomous weapon systems, essentially using artificial intelligence to direct lethal weapons, is of growing concern
Point of order.
We can't see the member that's speaking, Chair.
One moment, please.
Thank you.
I see her on my screen here. With the honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands, just like to start, not again, but perhaps about a third of the way through.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. It's nice to be seen as well as heard in this place. The petition deals with this subject that I don't think has come up in this place before, the threat of autonomous weapons systems. In other words, using artificial intelligence to direct weapons of war, using sensors more than human control. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to engage meaningfully in prohibiting the domestic development, importation, and use of autonomous weapons systems, and those that are then described as those that do not allow for meaningful human control. They ask this government to take an active leadership role in developing international rules and protocols through the auspices of the United Nations General Assembly to block the use of what are called colloquially killer robots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present e-petition 4547 to the House of Commons. This petition was initiated by Regina resident Kuram Awan and has been signed by residents across the country. The petition is regarding reports of politically motivated acts of violence in Pakistan, following the arrest of former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan and the postponement of general elections in that country in violation of the country's constitution. The petition calls on the House of Commons Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development to explore the feasibility of imposing Magnitsky sanctions on members of the Pakistani military responsible for the violence. The petition also calls on the government to pressure the International Monetary Fund to make any loans to the Pakistani regime conditional on hosting free and fair elections. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present these petitions here today in the House of Commons.
I recognize the honourable member from Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. I rise today in support of not only Brooke from Nelson, but the people of Kootenay, Columbia, Oshawa, and across Canada to present this petition with hundreds of signatures on proposed changes to the natural health products the NDP Liberal government have proposed to Health Canada. We rely on health food products every day, and as part of our proactive health care, Health Canada is proposing significant fees for the import, manufacture, and selling of NHPs and new labeling laws. This overregulation will force people to seek out products online outside Canada. I stand with and support the natural health industry, product industry, and call on the Minister of Health to work with the industry to embrace modern labeling and cost recovery rates to reflect the scope of the industry. Mr. Speaker, I am presenting a petition from the residents of Parsons, British Columbia, where the citizens of Parsons and across Canada call upon the government to include outdoor cannabis farming emissions to be part of the 2023 Cannabis Act review, to require Health Canada to set rules for emission controls for outdoor cannabis farming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member from Yorkton, Melville.
Mr. Speaker, and I recognize you in your chair as well. Congratulations. My first petition, the individuals are recognizing the importance of owning firearms, and they're concerned about the impacts of hearing loss caused by damaging noise levels of firearms and the need for noise reduction. These folks acknowledge the sound moderators are the only universally recognized health and safety device that is actually criminally prohibited in Canada. Moreover, the majority of G7 countries have recognized the health and safety benefits of sound moderators, allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution. Petitioners are calling on the government to allow legal firearms owners the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. I have another one on firearms. I have two more as well, so I will be concise with this one. I think it just bears being repeated. We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to cancel its plans to confiscate the firearms of law-abiding farmers, hunters, and Indigenous peoples, and instead introduce common-sense firearms policies that keep guns out of the hands of dangerous criminals. And then I have one that is actually an e-petition presented by a victim of violence. His name is Jeff Durham, who lost his wife and daughter. It says, and there's 500 and some signatures that he was able to gain, it's well established that the risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. Currently, a woman's pregnancy is not an aggravating factor for sentencing purposes in the Criminal Code of Canada. Addressing this legal void through sentencing that considers the vulnerable state of the pregnant woman is necessary in denouncing such crimes, and having appropriate sentences when violent crimes are committed against pregnant women is imperative to protecting their reproductive choice to have a child. The sentence should match the crime. So, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and the infliction of harm on her child as an aggravating circumstance for sentencing purposes within the Criminal Code. And if you'll indulge me, one more very quickly. And it is in regard to protection of charities. The Liberal Party of Canada was elected on a promise to revoke charitable status for pro-life organizations such as crisis pregnancy centers, which counsel young women and save countless lives every year. Revoking the charitable status of pro-life organizations is a first step towards even more tyrannical measures to eradicate the values and principles of Canadians and includes churches, who may be next. Revoking the charitable status of pro-life organizations will result in an explosion in the number of abortions committed in Canada each year, and therefore be it resolved that the undersigned do hereby call upon members of Parliament to do everything in their power to prevent, block, organize against, and vote against any effort by government to revoke the charitable status of pro-life organizations in Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
I now recognize the honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I am here to present a petition on behalf of the Iranian community who's still grieving from the hurt and pain caused by the brutal attack on Flight PS 752. The victims of Flight 752 and their families and thousands of brave protesters in Iran who continue to fight for freedom from the oppressive grip of the Iranian regime deserve answers. It has been over 3 years now, and it's the responsibility of this government to uphold justice, do their job, and undertake an independent criminal investigation into this attack immediately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je reconnais le député de Dauphin-Swan.
I recognize the member for Dauphin-Swan River-Nipawin.
Congratulations on your appointment of being chair, too. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 13th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. Swan River and its people have been let down by this Liberal government, who have allowed crime to spiral out of control. Residents no longer feel comfortable walking out at night, and for businesses, theft has become all too common. Members of this community told me how unsafe they feel since crime has taken a toll on once was a safe and welcoming community. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that the Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
I'd like to recognize a member from Peace River, Westlock.
Speaker, I have a number of petitions to present today. The first petition I'm presenting is on behalf of Canadian pilots, folks that are in training for their pilot's license, and they are concerned about the fact that they are having difficulty getting their license as Transport Canada and Nav Canada have been less than helpful in scheduling these tests. They've been prevented from taking their examinations and receiving their certification. They note that schools across Canada are open and operating safely, but Transport Canada and Nav Canada aren't putting forward solutions that allow them to take their exams in a timely fashion. The petitioners are asking the government to open these offices and create other facilities or mechanisms so that students can write their exams and be able to receive their commercial pilot's license in a timely manner. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about the health and safety of Canadian firearms owners. They recognize the importance to our Canadian society of owning firearms, but are concerned about the impacts of hearing loss that cause from the damaging noise levels from the use of these firearms. These petitioners acknowledge that sound moderators are a universally accepted health and safety device, but they note that it's criminally prohibited here in Canada. They also note that we're the only G7 country that has not recognized the health and safety benefits of these devices, and allowing them for hunting, sport shooting, and reducing noise pollution is something that all of our peer countries do, but is something that is illegal in Canada. Therefore, the petitioners call on the Canadian government to legalize the option to purchase and use sound moderators for all legal hunting and sport shooting activities. The next petition I have, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about how Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain officials have committed human rights abuses against thousands of Turks and Turkish Canadians, particularly 8 current Turkish Canadians. They are responsible for causing wrongful detentions of over 300,000 people around the world, and they are calling on the Canadian government to closely monitor the human rights situation in Turkey and to place sanction on 12 Turkish officials who are responsible for these human rights violations against these current Canadians and the death of their friend Gökhan Akalman. They also call on the Turkish, Pakistani, and Bahrain governments to end these violations that are happening in their countries.
Mr. Speaker.
The time that we have for petitions today. Questions on the order paper. I'd like to recognize the
Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada.
And like my colleagues, I'd like to congratulate you on your historic election as Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice for the avis de motion.
Notice of motions for the production of papers. Once again, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
You again, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
D'accord?
Agreed?
Il est aussi convenu et ordonné.
Agreed and so ordered.
Request for emergency debates. Ms. Landsman. Oh, excuse me. Request for order debates.
So then I wish.
Well, we just recognize her first, so
yeah,
she can present her.
So,
Madame Landsman. Oh, excusez-moi, le député de Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister held a photo op, a stunt with grocery CEOs of all of the major chains. And he said to Canadians, this was the promise, we want something that will be felt by Canadians by Thanksgiving. He was talking about lowering the price of Thanksgiving dinner. We have not heard anything from the Prime Minister on that commitment to Canadians. The Prime Minister has broken his promise. Thanksgiving is Monday. That's less than 5 days away, and we want answers. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we're requesting an emergency debate.
Je remercie sincèrement l'honorable député.
I sincerely thank the Honourable Member for Thornhill. However, I do not believe that the request meets the requirements for an emergency debate.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills emanating from the Senate, Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act, second reading.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Fundy Royal.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll take this opportunity to congratulate you on your election as Speaker. I also would like to say I'll be splitting my time with the member from Langley, Aldergrove. Mr. Speaker, the last 8 years have not been kind to Canadians since this government took power when it comes to safe streets, safe communities, and crime. One only needs to look at the recent StatsCan release to see the drastic increase in crime in this country since 2015. The numbers, Mr. Speaker, are absolutely staggering. Total violent crimes up 39%. Homicides up 43% for the fourth year in a row. Gang-related homicides up 108%. Violent gun crimes up 101%, up for the 8th year in a row. Aggravated assaults up 24%. Assault with a weapon up 61%. Sexual assaults up 71%, and sex crimes against children up 126%. So that is the context, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Bill S-12, a bill to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. That is the context by which we as parliamentarians, addressing the fear in our communities around crime, around keeping Canadians safe, around protecting victims, that we look at Bill S-12. Bill S-12 is due to be passed at all stages by October 28th. This is a deadline that was put in place by the Supreme Court when it gave this government 365 days to get this done, a response to a Supreme Court decision. Yet here we are with just 24 days left to make sure that the National Sex Offender Registry continues to be a critical resource for police to investigate and to prevent crime. The last time this government had a court-imposed deadline to respond to decisions around medical assistance in dying, we ended up tragically with a bill that would expand medically assisted in dying to Canadians living with mental illness. They waited too long. They rushed through legislation. And that is, again, what's happening here. I'm going to focus my speech on amendments to the Sex Offender Information Registration Act as proposed to change, as opposed to changes in the publication bans that were brought forward by our Conservative-led Justice Committee study on the federal government's obligation to victims of crime. The Sex Offender Registry, what is it? The Conservatives, we will always stand up for victims and victims' rights. And that leads me to these amendments to the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. The Act was established in 2004 to help Canadian police authorities investigate crimes of a sexual nature by requiring the registration of certain information on sex offenders. To help police services investigate crimes of a sexual nature, the Sex Offender Registry contains information such as the address and telephone numbers of offenders, a description of their physical appearance, the nature of the offense committed, and the age and gender of victims and their relationship to the offender. At the time, enrollment on the registry was up to the discretion of a judge. And, Mr. Speaker, that discretion led to significant problems. The Public Safety Committee review of the implementation of the Sex Offender Registry in 2009, they found glaring issues. The committee found that only 50% of sex offenders were required to register their information. This was happening for a number of reasons. An official from the Department of Public Safety told the committee at the time that with the pressure of time or workload, Crown attorneys would forget to ask for the order. The committee was also told that the order application rate varies widely by province and by territory. One witness stated that the absence of an automatic inclusion on the registry for all offenders convicted of sexual crimes has led to the inconsistent application of the law across the country. The committee recommended to the government that the automatic registration of sex offenders would fix these holes in the legislation. In order to be effective, the National Registry must be enforced consistently across the country. And I was proud to be part of the Conservative government that passed the Protecting Victims from Sex Offenders Act, introduced in 2010. That legislation passed, Mr. Speaker, with the support of all parties. The bill broadened the purpose of the Sex Offender Registry by adding the purpose of helping police prevent crimes of a sexual nature in addition to enabling them to investigate those crimes. We made sensible changes to strengthen the Sex Offender Registry. For instance, we made registration automatic for convicted sex offenders. Our legislation also added the obligation to report for any person ordered to serve an intermittent or conditional sentence. This is even more important today than it was then because of the Liberals' Bill C-5 now allows conditional sentences for crimes like sexual assault. Liberal Bill C-75 now allows bail to become more easily obtained by individuals convicted, charged with serious offenses. We also, as Conservatives, brought in the requirement of registered sex offenders to report the name of their employer or the person who engages them on a volunteer basis or retains them and the type of work they do. Police should be aware if a sex offender is spending any amount of time with or in proximity to potential victims. We made these sensible amendments to the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to protect victims and to prevent crime. On October 28, 2022, a split decision, 5-4, of the Supreme Court found that the mandatory and lifetime registration on sex offender registry was unconstitutional. The Liberals have simply accepted this decision, and we've urged them to respond as forcefully as possible. And this Bill S-12 does fall short of that. I want to read from the dissenting judgment, Mr. Speaker. It was a very strong dissent. where it says the exercise of discretion was the very problem that prompted Parliament to amend the Criminal Code to provide for automatic registration of sex offenders under the Sex Offender Registration Information Act. The evidence is clear that even low-risk sex offenders relative to the general criminal population pose a heightened risk to commit another sexual offense. Mr. Speaker, that heightened risk is by some counts 8 times. There's 8 times the likelihood of someone with a prior conviction to re-offend. And that is why incorporating and improving as many offenders as possible in the sex offender registry is so very important. We've seen how this has played out before. When it was left simply to the judges to decide who needs to register with the registry, nearly 50% of offenders were never required to register. This is before we brought in mandatory registration. Mr. Speaker, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We can expect that individuals who certainly should be listed in the registry, now even after the passage of Bill S-12, will be left out. We have to take every step, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians, to protect victims, and to ensure that sex offenders are not given the opportunity to re-victimize our communities. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, of a Liberal government, the rate of violent crime up 39%. Police reported sexual assaults up 71%. Sex crimes against children up 126%. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve so much better than this. And I can think of no greater obligation for us as members of Parliament to enact laws that protect our communities, protect the safety of the most vulnerable. And with legislation like Bill C-75 that has made bail so easy to get, legislation like Bill C-5 that has allowed for house arrest for sex offenders, we do not trust this government to take the steps that are necessary to protect Canadians. They've proven an inability to do that. Bill S-12, it is important that we pass this legislation. It's important that we respond to the Supreme Court decision. It's important that we go further. We go as far as possible to protect the most vulnerable. And we look forward to the quick passage of this legislation. It's unfortunate that the government took so long to bring us to this point, but it is also important that we act expeditiously to protect Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great job. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. I'm just wondering, you know, the NDP did a lot of work with groups like My Voice, My Choice that really talked about victims' rights and having a process that allowed them to retain their power while going through very difficult times. I'm just wondering if this member could talk a little bit more about the study that was produced in the committee that had a unanimous report that was supportive of recommendation 11 that amended section 486.4 of the Criminal Code to allow victims of sexual assault to opt out of a publication ban and take back their agency. This is something that has been long advocated for by victims' rights advocates, and I'm wondering if this member could talk about why this is important and if he will support this bill because it does exactly that. Thank you.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I want to commend the work of My Voice, My Choice, and for their appearance at our Justice Committee. As Conservatives, we initiated a study on the federal government's obligation to victims of crime, and this is one of the many issues that we heard around publication bans and around victims having the right to have their voice heard and taking back their agency, as the member said, especially in the context, Mr. Speaker, of publication bans. So, as was said, this was a unanimous finding of the committee that the government had been falling short on its obligation to victims of crime, and we support those measures that give a voice back to victims of crime. It's important that their voices be heard, and we support that every step of the way.
Comment, question commentaire, l'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Rivière des Mille-Îles, rather. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill S12 is very pleasing to the bloc, not to the government, but, but to the bloc mainly. So my question is, does our Conservative colleague believe that the government can and must interfere in decisions made by the parole board? For example, when a prisoner is moved from a maximum to medium security, and I'm thinking here of the Paul Bernardo case, would the member be in favor of the government intervening in that National Parole Board decision? The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
First question, and as I said, this legislation, it was a needed response to a Supreme Court decision. But I feel it could have gone further. It could have been tighter. There's a number of offenses now that will not meet the threshold for inclusion in the registry, and there's going to be people that should have been included that will not with the passage of this legislation. Absolutely, what happened with the issue around Bernardo's transfer is a travesty. It should have never happened. And our justice system, we had a witness that came to us on that study on the government's obligation to victims of crime. And she said, in Canada, we no longer have a justice system. We have a legal system, but not a justice system. And I remember her words because when you think of what's happened with Bill C-75 and changing our bail laws to create a revolving door that puts criminals back out on the streets, when you think of the fact that Bill C-5 removed mandatory penalties for serious crimes against individuals, and when you think of instances like the transfer that was put in place for Paul Bernardo, that this government, by changing the legislation, they made that transfer inevitable. This is laid completely at the feet of the government when they changed the law that put in a requirement that the minimal holdings be implemented for each prisoner. They made that inevitable. So absolutely, we have a lot of work that needs to be done to protect our communities and to protect victims.
And comments, question, commentaire. L'honorable député de Mont-Royal.
The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Speak, his contribution always on justice issues. I think we all share the perspective that we want to make Canada safer, that we want to make sure that victims' rights are protected, and I think the legislation does go a long way to do that. I was wondering whether my honourable friend would be willing to share his reflections on the amendments that were made by the Senate, and whether or not he generally agrees with them, or whether he has some concerns, as I do, with some of the amendments that came from the Senate.
We're almost out of time, but I'm sure the Honourable Member has a good comment. The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. Welcome him to the Justice Committee, where we, when we are seized with Bill C-21, we'll be able to look at those amendments, as I do share a concern around some of them. But it's one thing to say we want Canadians to be safe. It's another thing to put in place the legislative measures to make sure that happens. And I'm committed to working with all parliamentarians, including the Honourable Member, to pass legislation that allows us to protect our streets, protect our communities, protect victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight on the time of adjournment are as follows.
On carbon pricing, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre on electoral reform, and the Honourable Member for Mission Mascouy Fraser Canyon on health. Continuing debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Langley.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here today talking about a very uncomfortable topic, sexual crimes, and the way we deal with offenders and the way we protect victims. We acknowledge as a society that sexual crimes are heinous or injurious, and they have long-lasting effects, sometimes for the whole rest of the life of the victim. We also recognize that the majority of victims of sexual crimes are women and children. And we all also acknowledge this as a society that, and this is the data that we have, that many sexual offenders will re-offend. And it was in that view that the Liberal government under Prime Minister Martin back in 2004 brought in a new tool for law enforcement to give them investigative tools and preventative tools under the 2004 Sexual Offenders Information Registration Act. It created the National Sex Offender Registry and gave the courts the power, the authority to order that people convicted of a sexual crime have their name and further particulars added to this registry. It was intended to be an enforcement tool. It was not available to the public, only to police agencies. The bill passed through the House of Commons unanimously. But there was a problem with that legislation. It left it to the discretion of judges to decide whether or not a person had to have their name added to the registry. It was not done automatically. And some more lenient judges felt that the sentence itself was enough punishment and that they didn't have to add their name to the registry. But of course, the mistake there is that the registry was never intended as punishment, but as an investigative and preventative tool. Now, the result of leaving this to the discretion of the judge is that up to 1/2 of all convicted criminals did not have their names added to the National Register. And that completely undermined the efficacy and the usefulness of that as a tool. If half the data is missing, what good is the registry? So in 2011, the Harper government remedied that gap with a legislation that would make registration at the National Security Registry, Sex Offender Registry, mandatory. The registration was to be tied to the duration of the sentence, and for people who were repeat offenders or who were charged with and convicted of more than one offense, it was a lifetime registration. Again, that legislation passed unanimously. Now, fast forward a decade to October 28th, 2022, 11 months ago, actually 11 months and 1 week ago, and that's important. In 2015, Eugene Nedolovu was convicted of 2 counts of sexual assault and sentenced to 6 months in prison, 3 years of probation. His name was entered onto the register for life because of the 2 convictions, the 2 counts. But he challenged the validity of these 2 provisions of the criminal code. And the Alberta Trial Court agreed with him and declared those 2 provisions to be unconstitutional. The Alberta Court of Appeal reversed it, but then it came to the Supreme Court of Canada, which then reinstated the original finding of the trial judge with the declaration of invalidity. Now, Mr. Speaker, that was a split decision at the Supreme Court of Canada, 5-4, all 9 judges sitting. The majority had this to say about Section 7 violations. They said registration at the Sex Offender Registry has a serious impact on the freedom and movement and of fundamental choices of people who are not at an increased risk of reoffending. So in other words, if there's even one person who ended up on the registry because it was automatic, who wasn't a threat to public safety, the whole regime was unconstitutional. Now, the minority, 4 judges, took quite an opposite view. And they said that the mandatory registration in the 2011 legislation, and I quote, is appropriately tailored to its purpose of helping the police prevent and investigate sexual crimes. They noted that the evidence before the trial judge was clear that even low-risk sexual offenders, compared to the general prison population, pose a heightened risk of reoffending, 5 to 8 times more likely. That was the data that they had. And based on that, they had the minority said this: it is also clear that it cannot be reliably predicted at the time of sentencing which offenders will reoffend, and in the face of that uncertain risk, Parliament was entitled to cast a wide net. So thank you to the minority in the Supreme Court for respecting and deferring to Parliament and the hard work that we do here in response to what we hear from the public. Now, it is often said that judicial review of legislation under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms does not attack, that it is not undemocratic in that it does not attack parliamentary supremacy. rather academic scholars say that the judicial review process is better viewed as a dialogue between Parliament that makes the law and courts that review the law. But, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, as in this recent Supreme Court of Canada case, it feels very much like a one-way dialogue, the court speaking and Parliament listening and obeying. Now, it's unfortunate that the 4 judges in the minority couldn't have convinced at least one more to come over and to pay deference to Parliament. But here we are, having to deal with the majority decision, and we need to respond to that. We need to fix the law. We've been given 1 year to do it. And that brings me to the bill that is before us, Bill S12. The Minister of Justice presented this bill. It had already been through the Senate, presented it to this House last week. And he said it is Parliament's response to that court's decision. Now, he said in reply to a speech by my colleague, the member for Kildone and St. Paul, in a speech that she gave, this is what the Minister of Justice said. We are enacting what we believe would be the strongest possible regime against sex offenders in compliance with the Supreme Court's decision. So in other words, our hands are tied. This is the best that we can do. And Mr. Speaker, he might be right, but that leads me to another issue, and that is the rush with which this is being pushed through Parliament. We have a deadline of October 28, 2023, which is 24 days from now, 3.5 weeks, 1 week of which will be a constituency week. We won't even be here in Ottawa. So how are we going to deal with such an important issue? Time is urgent, of course, but we also have to get things right. Now, at committee yesterday, the Minister of Justice told us that the social science supports the legislative intention of the drafters of this legislation. He might be right, but I would very much like to see that social science data. I would like to hear from experts in the field. I would ask this question of the experts, whether those convicted of a sexual offense are indeed 5 to 8 times more likely to reoffend, as the minority had said in the Supreme Court decision. But will there be time? Mr. Speaker, this is important legislation, but it's also important that we get it right. We cannot miss the October 28th deadline, or the police will lose a very important investigative and preventative tool. Mr. Speaker, if we're serious about being chartered dialogue partners with the court, this should have been before this Parliament months ago. And I blame the Liberal government for dragging their feet on this. They put us into this very difficult position. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. While we're at it, I'd like to announce or do a bit of a plug for an organization in my riding that helps women who've been victims of sexual assault, and they do prevention work. So I'll be there on October 15th. I'm going to run a 10K to raise funds for that center that helps women who are victims of sexual assault, because there's a prevention campaign in schools, and we talk to young women in schools and so on to talk about prevention. So I just wanted to put a plug in for that. I think it's important. My question for my colleague is, obviously, we're talking about this here today because we realize that our justice system doesn't serve women well enough. I think only 5% of victims in Quebec complain or report the assault to the police. So it's really not right. The justice system is intimidating to victims, and people. The prosecutions often don't lead to conviction. What does my colleague have to say about that?
Well, first of all, I'm going to donate to the cause, so thank you for that. Good work. The member is absolutely right that the vast majority of victims of sexual assault are women. And he's also absolutely right that our justice system, as a member for Fundy Royal had said, witnesses had told us that the justice system is a legal system. It's not really a justice system. And we heard from witnesses at committee in our victims of crime study that they feel like they're on trial. They're giving evidence about the sexual assault that happened against them under cross-examination. They feel like they're on trial, and that is unfair. It needs to be fixed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for the debate. And I know that the honourable member and I have an unfortunate situation in the Lower Mainland where we are, which is sextortion of children. So the timeliness of this couldn't be better, and it is important that we protect victims now and to make sure that there are not victims in the future. So there was a study, the member spoke that they would like to see some data, but I understand that there was a unanimous study that came out of Justice and Human Rights, and that it was a unanimous recommendation, number 11 of that study, to amend Section 486.4 of the Criminal Code to allow for victims of sexual assault to opt out of a publication ban and take back their agency. Given this has been a long advocated for by victims' rights, will my colleague in the Conservative Party vote to support the passing of this bill?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. I would like to thank my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam for that question and her comments. There are good things in this bill. One of them is to give more voice to victims in publication bans. So we completely support that. But we need to study the bill. It's too bad that it's going to be so rushed, but our committee is soon going to be seized with this topic, and we've already started the investigation into the bill, and we will do the best that we can with it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his thoughtful intervention. Given the fact that after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, sex-related crime has nearly doubled, after the current Liberal government, sex crime has nearly doubled to 82.5%. And I'd like to remind my colleague of an incident that happened in Alberta September 16th, 2021. Mikhail Bush and her toddler son, Noah McConnell, were murdered by a sex offender who was in some strange way permitted, even though he was on the registry, permitted to live anonymously and unknowingly in the apartment right next door in an apartment complex. And they were killed on September 16th by that sex offender, and what the risk would be from the government getting it wrong when it comes to not only the implementation of the sex offender registry, but getting the legislation right, but also the implementation. This is about lives, and this is about protecting people who are otherwise re-victimized all of the time. If we don't get it right, there are serious consequences. Does my colleague have any suggestions for the government that they should change, and when it comes to this legislation, or should the changes actually be in how it's implemented?
Time has expired, and I know it's going to be difficult to answer a full answer on that one, but the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
To keep it very short, so it's a great question that would take a lot of conversation to fully answer. But it goes to show you how important the sex offender registry is. It is a very useful tool for the police. It's not perfect, but it is another tool. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to rise and speak on Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act. I will be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker. This bill makes extensive changes to Canada's sexual assault legislation and the role of the National Sex Offender Registry, or NSOR. In particular, those sections of the Criminal Code that were struck down by the Supreme Court, who ruled that they were unconstitutional. These sections required the mandatory registration of anyone found guilty of a sexual offense to the Sex Offender Registry, and that anyone who committed more than one sexual offense be registered for life. It was introduced in the Senate the bill was introduced in the Senate and has made its way through to second reading here in this place. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, sex-related crime has nearly doubled. In 2021, the rate of sexual assaults went up by 18% from the year prior, under this current government. With this pressing public safety concern, it is more important than ever for Canadians to be safe and protected from sexual offenders. The National Sex Offender Registry plays a key role for law enforcement to stay up to date regarding convicted sex offenders across the country and allows proper tools of investigation if an offender reoffends. Although this legislation is a step towards protecting victims and the public, it needs to be strengthened with amendments. We must consider the fundamental issue at the heart of this debate, the safety and security of our citizens. To protect our most vulnerable people, we believe that all sex offenders, regardless of the specifics of their cases, must be listed on the National Sex Offender Registry. Historically, the Conservative Party has taken a strong position regarding sentencing and enforcement against sexual crimes. Our previous Conservative government introduced and passed Bill S2, making it mandatory for those convicted of any sexual offense to be placed on the registry, and for those convicted of 2 or more sexual crimes to be registered on the offenders list for life. This was a significant change from the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, or SORA, put in place by the Liberal government under Paul Martin. In that enrollment on the registry was no longer at the discretion of the judge. A change that was made to address concerns at that time that the registry's effectiveness was being compromised, given that nearly half of all convicted sex offenders were excluded. At that time, the bill garnered support from all parties, enhancing public safety across Canada. But last year, the Supreme Court struck down the law, ruling in the Ndluvo case, deeming it as unconstitutional. In 2015, Eugene Ndluvo pleaded guilty on 2 counts of sexual assault against 2 women at a house party in 2011 in Edmonton. Prior to the ruling, with Harper's bill, he was automatically registered to the National Sex Offender Registry for life. After the Supreme Court deemed the ruling unconstitutional, he was dropped from the list. The courts gave the government 1 year to change the affected provisions. That was a year ago, and the deadline, which is the end of October, is fast approaching. Sexual violence is a heinous and degrading form of violence, having devastating impacts on the victims. More specifically, Mr. Speaker, we know that sexual assault is a gendered crime, with the majority of sexual crimes being committed against women and girls. It seems to me that a so-called feminist government would have acted quickly in response to the Supreme Court's ruling. Yet, the Liberal government continued to drag its heels when protection for vulnerable victims was needed the most. It no longer comes as a surprise, though, that repeatedly we see this Liberal government fail to act on measures of public safety. For example, and most notably, with the Prime Minister doing absolutely nothing to reverse the decision to transfer one of the worst serial killers in Canadian history, Paul Bernardo, to a lower security prison. If this legislation is not passed before the affected provisions expire, this could open the possibility of sex offenders escaping registration, all thanks to this Liberal government's incompetence. Unregistered sex offenders will not have to report annually to registration centres or declare changes in their residence, leaving the surrounding residents in the dark. Without proper identifiable provisions for previous sex offenders, they will be able to go back to life as normal. And survivors of these crimes, well, they will suffer as they live in fear, knowing that their abusers are not being held accountable. Conservatives believe that all sex offenders must be listed on the NSOR and will work to ensure that mandatory registration is in place for as many individuals convicted of such sexual offenses as possible. 4 justices of the Supreme Court agree with our position, highlighting the pressing public safety concern that justifies this move. In their dissent on the Ndluvo case, they stated that the law was constitutional and accused the majority of cherry-picking examples to rationalize their flawed reasoning. In their minority written opinion, they stated, and I quote, "The evidence is clear that even low-risk sex offenders relative to the general criminal population pose a heightened risk to commit another sexual offense," end quote. The previous system of judicial discretion, brought in 2004, already showed it was tremendously flawed, with data resulting in up to 50% of sex offenders staying off the registry. Based on these justices' expert opinion, we recognize that this is a pressing public safety concern, but our concerns extend beyond mandatory registration. There are other aspects of Bill S-12 that require careful consideration and potential amendments. As my colleague for Kildonan St. Paul highlighted in her excellent speech, while there are some cases or circumstances where enrollment on the NSOR would be automatic, those that would be discretionary include, but are not limited to, sexual assault with a weapon, sexual exploitation of a person with a disability, and aggravated sexual assault with the use of a firearm. Knowing that there will be cases like these that would not be automatically added but discretionary is deeply concerning, given that the system prior to 2011 resulted in up to half of sex offenders never being registered. Furthermore, while the costs associated with increased sex offender registration may be negligible, we must also allocate the necessary resources to support law enforcement agencies in effectively monitoring and managing the registry. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Bill S-12 represents a significant step forward in responding to the Supreme Court's ruling and improving the criminal justice system's responsiveness to the needs of victims. However, it falls short on what is necessary to protect our communities adequately. The Conservative Party of Canada believes that all sex offenders must be listed on the National Sex Offender Registry. The safety of our citizens, particularly women and children who are disproportionately victimized by sexual offenders, must be our top priority. I look forward to this bill going to committee, where I'm sure all members will work together to strengthen Bill S-12 so that victims of sexual crimes can have confidence in our justice system and ensure the safety of our communities. Only through collective effort can we ensure that our justice system serves the best interests of all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, and I want to recognize a veteran in my riding today who's 100 years old. So happy birthday to Zachary Bork, who bravely fought for Canada and is now 100, recently celebrated his birthday. I also want to recognize here today, I'm not allowed to point people out in the gallery, so I won't, that My Voice, My Choice is likely listening to this debate with great eagerness. Thunderous applause from my side of the aisle. Thank my colleague for her speech. Now, the unfortunate thing is that people who suffer sexual offenses are often in a psychological life sentence, and yet I don't believe we've seen this Liberal government act quickly with respect to sexual offenses. I wonder if my colleague agrees with this, and what message is that sending to victims? Thank you.
I'll get to that in a second, but I know the honourable member, you know, with tongue-in-cheek, sort of said that people might be here or might not be here. I just need to remind all members that we should not be mentioning people in the or watching or what those might be. So just a full reminder to all members of this House of Commons that. Anyway, the answer to that, the honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I thank him for his work on this issue. I did listen to the speech that he gave last week or the week before on this very topic, and I would just simply say this. The government has shown that it's not really taking this issue seriously, Mr. Speaker. They waited 6 months to present this legislation. Supreme Court ruling in October, they introduced the legislation in April, and now here we are in the 11th hour trying to quickly get this bill passed. If the Liberals truly believed that this was a pressing issue, they would not have waited so long to present this legislation to address the Supreme Court's decision. Thank you.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit concerned about the partisanship currently. In 1988, young girls were assaulted by a violent man who was known for having assaulted his own children, and yet that crime still occurred in 1988. A lot of time has passed since then. There have been many governments. Legislation has been brought before parliamentarians, and yet here, 35 years later, we're still discussing it. We should put an end to partisanship and finally move things forward. What does my colleague think of that?
L'honorable député de Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I would simply say that I reject the premise of the question about partisanship. We demonstrated back in 2011 that we were taking this issue seriously when we introduced legislation to ensure that mandatory registration was in place. What I see the current government doing is responding to a Supreme Court's ruling, and we're simply encouraging them to make sure that as many convicted sex offenders as possible are on that registry to ensure that victims can be rest assured that their community is safe. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
To you, and I'd like to thank the member for her intervention. I'd be remiss to also not acknowledge the great work that the member for Victoria did in addressing some of the issues that are in this bill. I wonder if the member agrees that Bill S12 balances the constitutional guaranteed rights of all Canadians and the need to maintain public safety. The
honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I think that is absolutely the responsibility of all of us here in this place to ensure that that individual rights are balanced with the overall public safety of Canadians. I would suggest that this legislation, which is in response to a Supreme Court ruling, goes a long way, but I would also suggest that there should be amendments to this bill, as many of my colleagues have already pointed out. Those certainly serving on the committee are going to have the opportunity to study this bill once it gets there, make amendments to make it even better to ensure the very things that she has raised. Thank you.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour and a privilege to rise before the House and speak to a bill on behalf of the fine residents of Brantford-Brant. I know that there are many victim advocacy groups who are also watching this particular debate, not necessarily myself, Mr. Speaker, but certainly watching this debate. And I know one such passionate group, My Voice, My Choice, would be also watching this and has taken an active interest. So, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, sex-related crime has nearly doubled, up to 82.5%. This so-called feminist government has dragged its heels on this issue, and this legislation may not be passed before the effective provisions expire, which is 24 days from now, Mr. Speaker, October 28, 2003. The impact of that is sex offenders could escape registration because of this government's complete incompetence. Canada's Conservatives are supportive of this legislation, I'll say that at the outset, that will protect the public from sexual offenders, but the bill does not go far enough. We believe, as Conservatives, that all sex offenders must be listed on the National Sex Offender Registry, and we will amend the legislation to ensure this. We know that women and children are disproportionately victimized by sexual offenders, and this bill will make it harder for law enforcement to prevent and investigate sexual offenses. Now, it's important I give a brief historical overview of this particular legislation in this area. The legislation known as SWARA was first passed by the Liberal government in 2004 with all parties supporting it. It introduced the idea that registered sex offenders were required to report annually to registration centers as well as declare any changes of residence, travel plans, or changes. The enrollment in the registry was at the discretion of the prosecution. However, the registry's efficacy was compromised by the exclusion of nearly half of all convicted sex offenders. As a result, the Harper government in 2011 introduced and passed Bill S2 with unanimous support, which made inclusion in the registry mandatory for those convicted of any sexual offense and made inclusion for life mandatory for those convicted of multiple offenses. All of this changed by the Supreme Court of Canada, October 28, 2022, in the Regina versus Nadlavu decision, which struck down two key sections of the criminal code. By way of facts, the offender was 19 when he sexually assaulted two women at a party, resulting in two separate sexual offenses for which he served 6 months in jail. He was added to the sex offender registry for life. Now, by a 5-4 split decision, the court struck down the provisions that anyone found guilty of a sexual offense would be automatically registered. By a 9-0 decision, they also struck down the mandatory registration for life for those who commit more than one such offense. So what does S12 do to correct this? S12 creates judicial discretion to add offenders to the registry, one, where child sex offenders sentenced to 2 years or more in prison where the Crown proceeds by indictment, and two, any repeat offender who has previously been convicted of a sexual offense. The bill allows judges the ability to impose lifetime registration for sexual offenders who are found guilty of more than one offense at the same time if the offender poses a risk of reoffending, but that is with judicial discretion. The bill focuses squarely on the offense of sexual assault. It's important that I spend a little bit of time to talk about the unique challenges of this offense. Sex assault is the most unreported violent crime in Canada. People with disabilities are at greater risk of victimization and are even less likely to engage with the criminal justice system. Class, ethnicity, religion, nation of origin, community, age, sexual orientation, and gender identity may make reporting more difficult. Sex assault usually occurs in private. It is a profound invasion of its victim's physical and psychological boundaries. In most cases, the perpetrator is known to the victim. The attack often leaves no outward injury but can devastate its victims, who may suffer in isolation and often in silence. Sex assault complainants and victims have long felt a lack of confidence in the criminal justice system's ability to protect them and to hold offenders accountable. Conviction rates have not improved, and the fear of re-victimization during the course of the prosecution remains. Reporting rates for sexual offenses to police hover around 5%. Let that set in, Mr. Speaker, 5% reporting, with 41% of those cases resulting in a charge being laid. Data for the last 35 years suggests that there's a statistical significant decline in conviction rates during the last 15 years. In Canada alone, that conviction rate went from 26.5% to 14%. Now, another key feature of the bill relates to victims' rights. And specifically, I'm going to draw upon some material that I actually received from the victims advocacy group, My Voice, My Choice. Victim complainants of sexual offenses have the right to request a publication ban under Section 46.4, the current state of the law. The purpose of this type of publication is to encourage reporting and has the effect of providing a victim complainants with protection from being publicly identified. that there are considerable issues with respect to how victims and complainants are informed of their pub bans under that section and whether they are provided the necessary information about how to comply with the terms of the ban and eventually have it removed should they desire. In reality, many prosecutors, such as myself during my time as a prosecutor, asked the justice or the judge to order a Section 46 pub ban upon the first appearance of the accused in court, long before the victim or complainant was involved, and to participate in the proceedings. Now, I also want to share with you the frustration that many victims have with respect to this particular provision and also the penalties that they were experiencing currently because of the publication ban. In March 2021, a victim in Kitchener-Waterloo was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of breaching the terms of her publication ban for emailing a court transcript to her close supporters. The conviction was later overturned on appeal due to a technicality, but this example shows how prosecutors do not understand the purpose of a Section 46(4) ban. Another case, in May of 2021, a victim in Ottawa asked her Crown attorney in court to remove the ban, but the prosecutor said she was not sure of the process, policy, or if the Crown would consent to the removal. After asking the judge directly herself while in the sentencing hearing, the complainant was told that the judge was no longer functus and could not help. When a third Crown attorney eventually applied to have the publication ban removed, the offender's defense attorney opposed the application and was permitted to make submissions as to why the ban should not be removed. She never consented to having a publication ban. These are but just a few examples of the frustrations victims have had across this country in trying to, A, get advice, get information from the Crown so they can participate in the process, but also the frustrations of trying to remove that ban. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I wish to talk about the dissenting opinion in the Supreme Court of Canada decision, because I think the language, 2 minutes, is really illustrative of the problem that we have here. And I'm quoting from the dissent here. But for the exercise of discretion, the very real problem that prompted Parliament to amend the Criminal Code to provide for automatic registration of sex offenders was SWARA. Specifically, the evidence is clear that even low-risk sex offenders relative to the general criminal population pose a heightened risk to commit another sexual offense. It's also clear that it cannot be reliably predicted at the time of sentencing which offenders will reoffend. In the face of that uncertain risk, Parliament was entitled to cast a wide net. And it's that particular wide net that we're asking by way of amendment to include all those who are convicted of sex offenses, particularly against children, to be included. There ought not to be a discretionary exercise by way of the justice. Again, Canada's Conservatives are supportive of the legislation that will protect the public from sex offenders, but the bill does not go far enough. We believe all sex offenders must be listed on the registry, and we will amend the legislation to ensure this. Conservatives will end, Mr. Speaker, this government's soft on crime approach and bring home safe streets for Canadians, but particularly the victims of sex assaults across this country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member from Brantford-Brant for bringing forward all of the knowledge that he has and supporting women who have been victims of violence. I've had the opportunity to take him to the London Abused Women's Centre and do roundtables with him, and so I really do appreciate his advocacy on behalf of all victims of crime. One of the biggest things, as he's talked about, is when looking at victims of crime, ensuring, and this is especially near the end of his speech, one thing that we've really worked on in the status of women is ensuring that there is justice training. And the reason we've done this is, I'm thinking of Kira's Law. We saw 53 different court orders, and unfortunately we still lost this young life because there wasn't really an understanding. So my question right now is, there is a concern that things might slip through the cracks. So why should there be mandatory, well, I guess I answered my question. Why should there be mandatory reporting onto the sex offenders list?
I thank
the honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for that very important question. And she hits the nail on the head. Mandatory training not only applies to judges who clearly need it. Clearly we have judges. I need only cite a number of cases from across this country where judges, particularly more experienced judges, have often relied upon some rape myths to try to establish the rationale as to why an individual was acquitted. Too many judges follow through with that trap, that line of thinking, which is archaic, which is wrong, which completely re-victimizes the victims. So training is essential, not only to justices, but to Crown attorneys as well, to defense counsel, to all participants in the criminal justice system to ensure that victims are treated as fairly as the accused. Thank you.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate the speeches from my honourable colleague, who it is a pleasure to join in the Justice Committee. I had a question related to his articulation of the argument for automatic registration for all sexual offenders. Now, while I think we might agree with that proposition, did the court not strike down exactly that requirement in the recent case, and how does he propose to accomplish that to make it charter compliant?
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Well, it's very simple. It's the notwithstanding clause. And if I had more time, if I had a full 20-minute speech, an opportunity to share all the details, the relevant details of the dissenting report, and I encourage my colleague to actually spend some time because the language is so instructive on that particular question. All sex offenders, particularly against children, pose a heightened risk to reoffend. And that is the concern that we as Conservatives have, that we are now giving all of that power where Crowns proceed by way of summary conviction as opposed to indictment. We are giving that power to judges to do the right thing in the exercise of their discretion. We are giving an opportunity for the offender, the sexual offender, to justify why he ought not to be registered because his privacy may be invaded in some fashion at the expense of the victim. So I would encourage my friend to actually read the dissenting opinion because I'm sure that his opinion would be the same as mine, that all individuals convicted of sex offenses, whether by indictment or by summary conviction, ought to be placed on the registry for the protection of the public.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To you, and I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I agree with him that protecting victims is so important, and judges' discretion is something not to be taken lightly. I wonder if the member can share more ideas on how we could ensure that the judge's discretion is not too wide, that we are ensuring a proper way to make sure that there's better protections for victims for public safety.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
I thank my colleague for that. That, again, another important question. It's all about the supremacy of Parliament. The language in the dissenting report from the Supreme Court of Canada made it abundantly clear that that was the rationale behind the amendments made by Prime Minister Harper in 2011. And to reflect upon that, it took the better part of 12 years before there was a successful charter challenge which made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court of Canada. That's quite telling, Mr. Speaker. And I would encourage, again, my friend, my colleague from the NDP to also review the dissenting opinion because perhaps some of the answers that she seeks are found in that opinion. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Is that right?
Colleagues, there has been a lot of debate on this topic. I would like to present something to all political parties that has not been discussed in this House that I really, really feel needs to be considered at committee. This topic has not been addressed whatsoever, and I fear that we're creating a loophole that could victimize a lot more women, a lot more public officials, and I really hope that the government and the Justice Committee gives consideration to this issue. It was sort of addressed by my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke when he started talking about additional offenses that would be added to the national sex, cause somebody to be automatically or mandatorily added to the National Sex Offender Registry, where he said there would be 2 more offenses added to a list for automatic registration. One of those is sextortion offenses, where so-called revenge porn is used by an ex against their partner who has left them and they are angry, so they post intimate images without consent. The second is that any posting of intimate images without consent would result in automatic registration. I'm happy to be corrected. I don't think in this bill that type of offense is automatic registration. I believe it is discretionary enrollment, and that might be something in and of itself, if that's true, that the Justice Committee needs to correct. But there's a bigger problem here. The definition that the criminal code would use to define intimate image, I believe, states as follows. In this section, intimate image means a visual recording of a person by any means, including photographic, film, or video recording, in which the person is nude, is exposing his or her genital organs or anal region or her breasts, or is engaged in explicit sexual activity, in respect of which, at the time of the recording, there were circumstances that gave rise to a reasonable expectation of privacy, and in respect of which a person depicted retains a reasonable expectation of privacy at the time the offense is committed. The definition of intimate image does not change in this act, but the circumstances under which intimate images are produced have dramatically changed in the last year. And I would like to draw all of my colleagues of all political parties to their attention to a brief that was written by the Western University's Violence Against Women and Children Unit. It's brief 39, written in April 2021, where it talks about policy options for something called non-consensual deep nudes and sexual deepfakes. If you are not familiar with these terms, every person in this House needs to be, okay? In lay terms, what this means is that if you or your children post something to social media, post a picture to yourself, there is now technology that is essentially like X-ray vision. So if you Google something called deep nude, it's a technology that actually scrubs the clothing off of persons and posts that, okay? So that's problem number 1. Then there's also software that can superimpose an image on top, like your face, on top of somebody else's body. These are super convincing, they're incredibly real, and they are hugely problematic. In the US, in August, there was several articles that were posted called Revenge Porn and Deepfake Technology, the Last Iteration of Online Abuse. Some jurisdictions in the United States have enacted some form of revenge porn legislation. However, when they put this legislation through their respective legislatures, it did not consider deep nudes or deep fakes because of the definition of what an intimate image is. So going back to the definition in the criminal code of what an intimate image is. So going back to that definition, there were circumstances that gave rise to a reasonable expectation of privacy, and going forward, the person depicted retains a reasonable expectation of privacy at the time the offense is committed. I can just see legions of lawyers working on behalf of deep nude apps and people who are generating these for profit, arguing that by somebody posting their image online, that they abandon their right to privacy. And therefore, because the definition of intimate image in the criminal code does not articulate specifically images that were generated using this new technology, that therefore they did not have a reasonable right to privacy. I guarantee you this is what's going to happen. I can guarantee it. Sometimes I feel like I'm standing in this House and I'm like Cassandra, we're doomed to know the future, but nobody believes me. But this is an instance where Parliament should not be rushing through legislation that has such an incredibly profound impact on women. This is how women are being abused now. This is how children are being abused, and our laws have not caught up. Going back to the brief, colleagues, that I mentioned, I draw your attention to some of the policy options that Western University outlines in it. And I'm going to read this entire section. criminalize the production and distribution of non-consensual deep nudes and sexual deep fakes. Currently, Canada has no law criminalizing non-consensual deep nudes or sexual deep fakes. There are other legal responses that individuals may be able to utilize, like defamation, depending on the context, but it's not certain. In fact, my analysis shows that the tort of public disclosure of embarrassing private fact would not actually cover this situation. So if we take this lack of law in Canada, which is hugely negligent, which is hugely behind the world, and then now that this Supreme Court ruling has basically eliminated the ability for somebody to have a mandatory listing on the registration, how are we disincenting people from creating deep fakes and deep nudes of their exes and putting it online if there's virtually no guarantee of criminal repercussion and no guarantee that they're on the sexual offense registry? In fact, somebody might even be looking at creating a business off of this for someone who's not smart enough to figure out how to do it themselves, which is shockingly easy. It is shockingly easy. Now, I want you all to picture yourself for a moment, just to drive this point home, okay? We're in the middle of the next election campaign, you're out door knocking, and you look at your phone, and you've been scrubbed by X-ray vision. And that is all over the internet for the next week, and you don't have any recourse because we have a legislative gap, and we now don't have the incentive of putting that on the National Offender Registry afterwards. Somebody could have cost you your career because of this information, and somebody could have, and then they have no repercussion afterwards. I'm doing this just to try and twig your interest for self-interest, but we all understand the bigger implications here, which is the exploitation of children and the exploitation of women. This is a powerful tool for abusive men to victimize their women and their spouses. Women and spouses will very quickly, if they are not already be under threat of this. I'm just going to scrub your clothes off. Or it doesn't matter if you don't send me your nudes. I'll just make them anyways, right? You know that's happening right now. And we know it's happening to our kids, right? Snapchat, all of these other things where half of the time you don't even know what app your kids are on anymore. It's stuff. The other thing that this lack of law does is it makes it less possible for people to teach consent properly, right? We have to be able to educate our children and ourselves on what consent means. And if the law has a giant gap on what artificial intelligence images are creating, then we have a problem, right? This legislation and this review at the Justice Committee presents our Parliament with an opportunity to address this issue in a meaningful way for the first time. Colleagues, I implore you, and particularly members of the Justice Committee, when this bill goes through to committee, invite people who have expertise in this area so that you understand the prevalence of this situation, as well as what some other jurisdictions are doing, and also think about amending the definition of intimate image so that it specifically deals with deep fakes and deep nudes, right? We should be talking now that it is illegal and immoral, and you will end up on a sexual offense registry just in any other. I almost think it's worse for people to do this, just to be fair. But there in no way, and I'm putting this on the record for future court challenges who might be looking at this parliamentary debate, the intent of this legislation should be to ensure that people who use artificial intelligence, deep fake, deep nude technology to victimize women and children, that they should be on the sex offender registry. And we should make that absolutely clear. Speaker, I'll close with this. This is why we need to review legislation. None of you have talked about this. So I hope the Justice Committee spends adequate time in looking at all these perils before this is rammed through.
Questions and comments? Mr. Kamal Taher, the only member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure to hear from my friend from Calgary, Nose Hill, who I have to applaud for founding the Emerging Technology Caucus that I am proud to co-chair with her. She calls herself Cassandra, Mr. Speaker. I don't think anybody believes that nobody understands or believes the prophecies that she tells. I think she has a lot more credibility than that. And I was wondering if the honourable member could give us an example of a couple of the witnesses she would ask us to call to committee to better understand the AI potential ramifications and amendments we should be making in that area.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I think that Western University's brief has a pretty good outline of what some of the definitions of these were, and I would go back to them. They obviously have thought about this. There's also numerous, I think there's 24 references of other literature in there that I would draw my colleagues' attention to, Speaker. There are also, I would ask colleagues on justice to intersect with some of the work that's being done on the industry committee with regard to C27 and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act to ensure that our laws are harmonized as we move forward and make sure that that harmonization is done in a sensible way so that women, others, people who are in public life, children, are not victimized.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Speaker, I want to thank my friend and colleague from Calgary-Nose Hill. I'm wondering if she's also thought about this notion, because we all know that a lie can spread around the world before the truth has a chance to put its pants on in the morning. And what I'm getting at here is it's not just the potential victimization of women and children, which of course is a horrible thing. But each and every one of us in this room has been seized with the conversation of foreign interference, not only in our electoral process, but could you imagine a foreign state actor actually doing something like this during an election campaign to discredit or humiliate us in our democratic process? And I'm wondering if she's got any thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
It's not a comfortable topic for me to be discussing, but I have been victimized online. I try not to make debates about me in the House because I represent 120,000 other people, but I'll tell you what, if I saw something like this of me spreading with virality online, or through Telegram channels or WhatsApp or whatever, I think it would victimize me it would devastate anyone in this place. And certainly people who would like, and agents that would like to undermine our democracy, they absolutely, this is war. And our legislature, our parliament has a chance to close the door to these actors on this, and I encourage a rationed amendment to ensure that we are closing this loophole, and that people that utilize technology to, as you say, Speaker, you shouldn't be able to do indirectly what you can't do directly, and it is up to Parliament to ensure that the spirit of this act captures that with regard to deepfakes and deep nudes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I've only had a chance to look at our HoC notes and not the bill specifically, so I'm not understanding the bulk of what the member spoke about AI and consent in why it's not mentioned or haven't been discussed during debate so far. I do see that S12 talks about discretion opened up for judges for those who are at risk of reoffending. And I wonder if the member can speak more to what this S12 needs to do to make sure that discretion is not widened up so much that public safety is made more concerning, so that we could actually do a better job of making sure that we are protecting victims.
Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you. I am honored by the member for her question, and I agree with her sentiment. Many colleagues in here have talked about how the bill does not adequately have a comprehensive enough list of what should be included in terms of convictions or areas of conviction to be included from a mandatory perspective on the National Sex Offender Registry list. This is why it's so imperative for the Justice Committee to have a fulsome study. I think the area that she mentioned is deeply important, I would apply what she said to the concept that I brought, right? It's so easy to make these images. Somebody could do it thousands and thousands and thousands of times and never be put on a sex offender registry because of the glaring, it's not even a loophole, it's a bus. We could drive a bus through it. So let's patch up that wall at Justice Committee and keep our kids and women safe. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to take a few moments to acknowledge the passing of volunteer and founder of HoC in my riding, Gilles Laperrière. He was a scout for the Canadian junior team way back when, and it was in thanks in part to him that Régent Houle found himself on the ice at the Montreal Forum, and so many other residents of Rouyn-Noranda, for them to have reached this level. It was largely thanks to him. He was the founder of the Northwest Hockey School, along with Pitt Laflamme, who I give a shout out to at the same time. He also brought the Huskies into being. And the name of the mascot, Lappy, was based on his name. And so our condolences go out to his family. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Bill S-12, first of all, I'd like to thank a new member of my team here in the House. I have a parliamentary intern here who has joined my team, and I'd like to give a shout out to her for her contribution. S-12 would strengthen the National Sex Offender Registry System and respond to last year's Supreme Court decision. The Bloc's commitment will go much further, and we're prepared to work very hard to add provisions to protect victims' rights. The bill attempts to bring back the automatic registration provisions that the Supreme Court struck down, while at the same time setting out certain conditions that allow a judge to use their discretion to order whether or not a person should go on the registry for life. The bill also deals with publication bans, which sometimes I think is important to talk about, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Calgary, Nose Hill, for sharing her time with me today. Almost forgot to mention that. So the bill deals with publication bans, which sometimes, without the victim's knowledge, those provisions prevent them from expressing themselves publicly and sharing their stories and their voice. So these bans are sometimes put in place to preserve the anonymity of victims, but they have the opposite effect and end up protecting the anonymity of the aggressor, of the assaulters. This afternoon, I had the opportunity to meet with representatives of My Voice, My Choice, which is a key player in advocating for the wishes of victims. And we need some changes in this area where it's sometimes hard for people to speak out. So they want victims to be put at the center of the system, and we need to address the current provisions of the criminal code. It's our responsibility as members of Parliament to complete the work that victims have got started, and we need to consider the amendments that survivors of sexual violence, represented by My Voice, My Choice, have put forward. Their experiences of sexual violence, the legal system, and of publication bans form the basis of the amendments they want to see incorporated in this bill. Survivors' calls to action are simple. They want to clarify that only victims of a sexual offense and witnesses under 18 should be covered by a publication ban under Section 46.4. They want us to ensure prosecutors are directed by the judge to immediately inform the victim or witness of their right to apply for a publication ban, to require prosecutors to make applications with consent and on behalf of the victim or witness. They want the victim or witness to be provided with a copy of the publication ban. They want unwanted publication bans not to be imposed on the victim or the witness where their witnesses have been made known. They want provision made for a temporary ban to be put in place, a ban that's easily lifted if the victim or witness wishes. They want the process clarified for applying to vary or revoke a publication ban as distinct from discretionary bans under 486.5, ensuring that the victim's interests are given priority and that their freedom of expression is respected. And finally, they want to expand the limitations section to ensure that support persons and professionals are not criminalized for disclosing information relating to the identity of the victim or witness when they're providing them with support. Over the past year, I've met and heard from many victims of abuse and mistreatment, some of them victims of sexual assault, and I'd like to thank the athletes for the trust they've placed in me. Their very moving accounts have made it possible to give a voice to these athletes who've been victims and of these toxic environments in sport. Their courage cannot go ignored. The culture of silence in the world of sports is often perceived as an unspoken standard that has both good and bad to it. On the one hand, it can strengthen athletes' focus and foster a stronger team spirit because too much communication can hinder performance. On the other hand, silence sometimes masks problems like harassment, discrimination, or injury. So it's important to strike a balance between the tradition and the promotion of a safe and fair sporting environment where athletes feel comfortable speaking out without fear of reprisal. Publication bans on victims are similar to those in sports to deal with whistleblowers, and they're often victims themselves. The harm done to victims must be measured, and that's often what the courts underestimate. Victims have to be given a choice between participating in the process or information being given to them so they can make enlightened choices. The Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, with the Sport Dispute Resolution Centre of Canada, is a place where the government has set up the mechanism for dealing with complaints in sport. And there, too, unfortunately, they're building on what already exists and silencing and not launching investigations when they suspect that national sporting bodies are using schemes to silence victims within their organization. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the many independent investigations that have been carried out in sports, including Hockey Canada, Soccer Canada, Gymnastics Canada, volleyball, canoe kayak, artistic swimming, synchronized swimming, water polo, and many more. How many more victims need to come forward and demand an independent and public inquiry in the world of sports? I appeal to all of us, colleagues, to continue working on this very hard. The Minister for Sport publicly expressed her government's commitment to setting up an independent public inquiry into abuse in sports on May 11th, 2023 at a press conference. 5 months later, nothing seems to have happened. Is the work of 2 parliamentary committees and the approval of MPs on these committees enough to guarantee that this public inquiry will, in fact, shed light on the major aspects of this issue and give a voice to all those who are concerned about the future of sport? All parliamentarians here in this House were unanimous, obviously. And the harm to victims and athletes must stop now. There needs to be a public inquiry. That's one of the things that Bill S-12 could do. We have a responsibility to go even further. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments. The Honourable Member Sarnia Lambton.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the colleague, the member, for his speech and also for his work on the Heritage Committee with a study on safety in sports. Does he think that this bill is tough enough that it will prevent and discourage crimes against athletes? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. I'd like to thank my colleague from Sarnia Lambton for her question and also for her work on committee, because what the Heritage Committee has done, and it was the same at FIWO, it was teamwork, and it really illustrates the beauty of this Parliament when parties work together because they have a desire for justice and a desire to make sports better. Sports is an important symbol of our culture, and as a result, we do have to go further. We have to take this further because when we conducted that study, I learned something about disclosure. And we learned that sports organizations were doing something when there was an arm's length or a third-party investigation, and when someone accused a coach of abusing them, and when the victim said, it wasn't me, there were other victims, and the investigators would take the names down. And what happened would be there would be non-disclosure agreements in each case for each victim. And that was more about protecting the sports association than the victim. And we will never be complicit in that, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Today being the National Day of Action for MMIWG, we know all too well that Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit victims of being that have been either taken or murdered don't get to tell their stories. So when the Standing Committee on Human Rights supported the NDP's proposal to make a recommendation allowing for victims the right to opt out of a publication ban is an important way to make sure that victims can tell their story. And I wonder if the member agrees that this kind of recommendation is what will help to make sure that increasing that understanding of how they got to that situation is what will help to make sure that we have fewer victims of this nature.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut for raising that issue. Indeed, we cannot stay silent. There's a situation here, and there's a pattern where victims are often re-victimized when they lose their name and they lose their voice. It's unacceptable. If we're to make progress in this Parliament, we have to allow victims to speak, to make their names known. There's a whole lot of work to be done to achieve true reconciliation. And yes, the member can count on my support and the Bloc support because justice must be delivered. We have time for one last quick question. One quick question. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my colleague for his magnificent speech that was well thought out and well supported. We can see there are a lot of people concerned about this issue. I have a question. Clearly, when it comes to justice, women are still afraid of the court system. In Quebec, only 5% of sex crimes actually report those crimes to police. And when a case is prosecuted, only 3 in 1,000 cases lead to a conviction. So victims are intimidated. They don't trust the system because the criminals aren't having to pay for their crimes. There's impunity. What does my colleague think of that? A quick answer, the honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Madam Speaker, I'll try to be brief. Indeed, our system should be fair, but I'll take this opportunity to paint with a broad brush what this bill would do. The idea is to close those loopholes. So we have a justice system that's renewing itself. We're going to renew trust in the justice system, and that goes to the very heart of a democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. La question est...
The question, is the House ready for the question?
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Virani, seconded by Madame Saint-Onge, moves that Bill S-12, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Sex Offender Information Registration Act, and the International Transfer of Offenders Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would request a recorded division.
Conformément à l'article 45 du règlement, la vote par appel.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division is deferred to the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Looks like we're really close to private members' business, but if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock to 5:43, I think, to start private members' business.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:43? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-319, loi modifiant la loi sur la sécurité de la vieillesse, montant de la pleine pension, inscrite au nom de Mme Larouche.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages had 6 minutes left to finish up his speech.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Nearly 100 years ago, Canada's first public pension plan was established. It was 1927, and the Old Age Pensions Act was enacted. The goal was simple: ensure that men and women aged 70 and over have a basic income. Years later, in 1952, the Old Age Security Act came into force and replaced that of 1927. This important change marked the birth of a pension financed by our government. They have grown, and so has the Old Age Security Program. In other words, like the population of Canada, the program has grown and evolved over the years. It goes without saying that the Old Age Security Program has adapted to the needs of Canada's elderly population and continues to do so today. As you all know already, we increased the Old Age Security Pension by 10% for seniors aged 75 and older. This officially came into effect last year. This was the first permanent increase to the OAS pension since 1973. It's giving older seniors greater financial security now and into the future. Most importantly, it will continue to be indexed to inflation so that it maintains its value over time. This increase was the smart thing to do because many seniors aged 75 and over are facing greater financial vulnerability than younger seniors. As they get older, many seniors must deal with health issues. Illness appears, and that entails more expenses. Many seniors are not working much, or simply not at all, and not everyone benefits from a pension plan from their employer. And let's not forget the risk of finding yourself alone following the life or the loss of your life partner. These are all situations that can deplete personal savings. And the older we get, the more these situations are more likely to happen. For example, in 2018, among the population aged 65 to 74, more than 3 out of 10 Canadians had employment. When we look at those aged 75 and older, it drops by more than half, less than 2 out of 10 Canadians. And now we have Bill C-319 before us. It is a great piece of legislation. But what is clear to us is that it's not in sync with the demographic information we have and that I've just given you. OAS is a proven program, and so are the measures we've been taking to improve it. And yes, the Old Age Security Program continues to evolve. This new system has been in preparation since at least 2021, even though we committed to it in our budget. And it has clearly become a priority in 2022, after almost 2 years of pandemic. A pandemic which made us acutely aware that it was high time that we put in place a modernized platform for payment of benefits. So here we are, in the middle of the modernization process, which is another reason why it is impossible for us to support Bill C-319. And let me explain. It would not be possible to implement the bill within the specified time frame. Its implementation would require us to make complex modifications to the existing IT system. the entire essential deployment and stabilization of old age security program on the modernized platform would then be compromised. We cannot take such a risk. We cannot do anything that would jeopardize this modernization process. As I said, this process is a priority. Madam Speaker, the OAS program keeps evolving, and we can't jeopardize this evolution, this modernization. It's an integral part of the whole process we undertook since 2015 to improve Canadian seniors' financial security. Without a doubt, we've demonstrated how serious we are about supporting seniors. So, Madam Speaker, we have an interesting debate today regarding old age security. It is a debate that allows us to see once again to what extent we are already taking the actions that must be taken to ensure the well-being of older Canadians. Nearly 100 years ago, Canada began laying the foundations of its retirement income system, and the Old Age Security Program was one of them. Since then, the program has evolved to meet the needs of Canadians, and today we are ensuring that it continues to evolve in this way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of King Vaughan. Today, I'm speaking on Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act. First, let me start by stating that it is an honor to serve as the Shadow Minister for Seniors. Seniors have built this country. They have defended democracy and freedom. They have started businesses, raised families, and volunteered in the communities. Seniors have led by example. I was fortunate to have been raised by my grandmother and great-grandmother. I learned the most valuable lessons in life: how to sun-dry my own tomatoes, and how to make many Italian dishes, a tradition I continue today. The importance of lending a helping hand to your neighbors who may be struggling, and how to save for a rainy day. Grandparents are a vital part of the family. They teach us the importance of a strong work ethic, the value of a dollar, and how to balance a budget, something of which this Prime Minister has absolutely no understanding. I owe my grandparents a debt of gratitude, and this Canadian government needs to treat seniors with respect. Madam Speaker, the fastest growing segment of this population is seniors, and I am proud to say I have recently joined the demographic. By 2030, adults of 65 years of age will make up 23% of Canada's population, or 9.5 million. One key element of this legislation proposes to increase the guaranteed income supplement earning exemption. To be clear, this will not help everyone, but by increasing the GIS earnings exemption, we can help alleviate some of these challenges for those who continue to work and ensure that more of our seniors are able to sustain a more comfortable and secure retirement. Conservatives oppose severe clawbacks of seniors' GIS benefits for those who can and want or choose to work. Increasing earnings exemption is only fair at a time when so many seniors need a cost of living relief. Seniors have dedicated their lives to prosperity of this country. They have made incredible sacrifices, providing for their families and planning for the future. After spending a lifetime in the workforce and giving back to Canada, seniors should be able to retire on their savings and enjoy their golden years in peace and financial security. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this is no longer possible for so many Canadian seniors. In fact, more and more seniors are having to choose between medication, food, or heating their homes. Every dollar they have put away for retirement is being threatened by this endless Liberal NDP tax increases that are raising the price of everything. Conservatives believe that seniors who have worked hard and contribute to our society throughout their lives deserve to retire with dignity and financial security. However, many seniors are struggling to make ends meet and are facing the cost of living crisis this Liberal NDP government has created. It is the responsibility of government to reward work, especially the work done by seniors. Labor force's participation of seniors can bring value to organizations through experience and mentorship, help with succession planning, and maybe some mitigate social isolation. If seniors want to, are able to, and choose to work, the Liberals' choice to disincentivize work also comes during a countrywide labor shortage. A recent Auditor General's report on pandemic programs clearly laid out how, as restrictions were lifted, the programs continued disproportionately and disincentivizing work. Help wanted signs have become all too frequent a sight as small businesses and non-for-profit becomes desperate for the manpower needed to provide the goods and services. This is not the time to punish work. Common sense conservatives believe work should be rewarded. Why tax away a senior's income if they can and want to work? Seniors are integral in sharing their knowledge and expertise with younger workers through mentoring programs, internships, or training opportunities. This can help develop the skills of the next generation of workers. This past summer, I did a tour to hear some seniors across the country. I met one group in Nova Scotia mentorship program that matches seniors with young Canadians. Everyone raved of the benefits they were rewarded through this experience. And thanks to my colleague, Dr. Ellis, for joining me on that tour. In my riding, a young man, Alessandro, and his mother, Mary, started a non-for-profit organization that provided...
Order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Government Deputy House Leader. I'm sure I know why he's getting up. By what I wasn't quite sure if she was referring to her colleague or if she was talking about a different doctor. But if she was talking about her colleague, then she knows she's not to introduce... There you go. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
In my riding, a young man, Alessandro, and his mother, Mary, started a not-for-profit organization that provides free lawn maintenance and snow removal to seniors who cannot perform this function themselves, either due to physical or financial issues. Liberal financial policies have led to higher inflation. This has been stated by the former governor of the Bank of Canada and the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Seniors' retirement income is simply not keeping up with the pace of the cost of living crisis, which is cutting into their savings of seniors. High inflation rates, interest rate hikes, and the tripling of the carbon tax, which affects the price of groceries, gas, and home heating, are the real record of this Liberal NDP government on seniors. Many seniors feel increasingly isolated in their own towns and cities, and many have struggled with financial insecurities due to the record inflation. According to a survey by the National Institute of Aging, 72% of Canadians aged 70 years and older become more concerned about their financial well-being in the last few years. Inflation has risen to 4%, and the cost of groceries has gone up by 6.9% since last year. The price of housing continues to skyrocket, with mortgage costs up over 30%. This Liberal NDP government hit Canadians with a double tax hike this year by raising the cost of their first carbon tax, then imposing a new second carbon tax on Canadians. In fact, Nova Scotians saw a 14% increase at the pump between June and July. We know that this Prime Minister continues to bring in his 61 cents a litre tax. He will drive gas prices back to records high. The Prime Minister's tax grabs are directly increasing the cost of gas and groceries, driving inflation higher. In a country as prosperous as Canada, it is inexcusable that the heaviest burden of the government's failure is falling on the most vulnerable. Many seniors who live on a fixed income have no other choice but to make sacrifices to get by. Some are being forced to postpone their retirement so they can make ends meet. Others are taking on new debt to cover the cost of housing, which has doubled under this Liberal NDP government. So, Madam Speaker, let's do a little math. A couple who has contributed the full amount towards their CPP would receive a monthly benefit of approximately just under $2,700. We know that the average monthly rent for a one-bedroom apartment is approximately $2,100. That leaves them a little over $500 per month for groceries and utilities, medication, and any other essentials that they will require. I want to recap. Conservatives are committed to our seniors and to ensure that they have the financial security and support they need to enjoy their retirements. We believe increasing guaranteed income supplement, the GIC earning exemption, is one step in reaching this goal. This would help seniors who are able to, choose to, and want to work, such as having a part-time job, which can keep more of their money in their pockets without affecting other benefits. This increase would help.
Fortunately, the honourable member's time is up. I did give her the 1 minute mark, and yeah, I thought maybe you were wrapping it up, but as you went past that, I couldn't allow it to continue. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rosemont, la Petite Patrie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening carefully to the previous member's speech. I didn't know I was part of the government. I just want to set the record straight. I'd go even farther, that we don't even support the Liberals. We're forcing them to do the things they didn't have the courage to do with our power of negotiation. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to a subject that I care deeply about, as well as all New Democratic colleagues care about, which is the living standard of our seniors in Montreal and throughout Quebec. On that subject, I want to congratulate the member for Shefford for her initiative with this bill. I think it goes along the lines with the improvements we want to see and represents the interests of those that we represent, especially those who are having trouble making ends meet. That is the section of the public that is the most impacted by the rise in cost of living due to stagnating income. If you have fixed income and inflation goes up to 7, 8, or 10%, it hurts. And we're hearing this a great deal on the ground. Last Saturday was the International Seniors Day. I had the opportunity to participate in my riding of Rosemont La Petite Patrie in an activity from the Action Committee for Seniors Living Conditions. They did a march that ended in Montcalm Park, and then there were some speeches from seniors, especially women, who came to talk to different affected officials from various levels of government about their reality. They talked about how they had to make extremely difficult choices, impossible choices, whether it be food, housing, rent, adapting their home, health care, the cost of medications, so many things like that, where finally they have an income that doesn't move and puts them in a situation that reduces them to poverty. If one doesn't have additional retirement income, if you're poor enough to get the guaranteed income supplement, it's extremely difficult. In a country as rich as ours, that's part of the G7, that has a high average income, how is it that we're abandoning the generations of Quebecers who built modern-day Quebec? The generations of Les Bourassa and other wise people. These individuals are caught in extremely expensive long-term care facilities, and they're isolated. As a progressive person, this breaks my heart. I don't want to live in a society that looks away from these situations and lets them continue. I will report back about what these women who spoke last Saturday had to say in Rosemont la Petite Patrie. I want to say in this House what they're asking for. These are requests that align nicely with the discussion we're currently having. They had 7 requests. The first one was real in-home support. It could make such a difference in the lives of people who are isolated or who unfortunately no longer have their spouse with them. There's more than 2 years' wait to get help in the home. Seniors want to age at home where they've built their memories. That means they need more help. We need to ensure the quality and continuity of care, as well as increase and protect funding, which helps with a very low percentage of what those costs represent. I think that's entirely understandable. I want to highlight the work of Dr. Régent Parent, who for years now has been working on the issue of in-home care, which is connected to health transfers to Quebec and the priorities we want to give ourselves as a society to let seniors stay at home. And we need to consider the impact it has on seniors' quality of living, but it also cuts down on the use of hospital beds. That means that people can have nursing care at home from a social worker at home, and it's not necessary to go and get help in a place that's very difficult to access because of wait times. Access to health care. Back to the theme of health. Access to basic health care is difficult in spite of the reestablishment of some services in long-term care residences. It forces seniors to leave their neighborhood to just get a blood test. The wait lists for new family doctors are very long, and it's very hard for a 65-year-old person to be on a wait list for a long time, even years. The funding of our public health care system requires providing access to basic care, such as blood work even. It can be very painful and very long for people, and it's especially important for our seniors. That's the human aspect, which is care given with dignity. Doctors need to be able to listen to their patients. People don't want to be a number. Healthcare is not a factory. People need to be treated with respect for their bodily dignity and autonomy. We need better training in order to offer better care to seniors. Therefore, more training is needed. And perhaps a more human approach is needed so that we're not constantly running from one patient to the next, from one client to the next. There's 4 more demands. 50,000 new social housing units. Waiting for access to social housing is taking longer and longer. In the meantime, seniors have to pay astronomically high rents. Housing is a right, and Quebec needs to invest in building new social housing units. Again, the federal government can do its share. Under the Liberals and Conservatives, they removed investment from this sector, and now co-ops are paying the price. We're seeing a catastrophic situation for everyone, including seniors. Increase old age pensions. Senior women represent the poorest segment of Quebec society. One should never have to choose between being able to pay for going to a doctor or paying for food. These are impossible choices that seniors, especially women, face. And this comes back to the heart of the bill before us today. The Liberals, for a non-understandable reason, decided to increase old age for people 75 and over and did nothing for people 65 to 74. We never discriminated that way in the past. We never differentiated that way in the past. People 65 to 74 have the same growing needs. They're dealing with the same cost of living, the same housing crisis, the same rising costs. Why would they need help less than somebody who's 75? Is it just because they want to save a little money and they figure that these people will find themselves a part-time job? And maybe it's harder for people who are 75. I think this is serious. And after the Conservatives wanted to increase the retirement age to 67, the Liberals are playing a little along the same lines by saying that people 65 to 74 are more independent and autonomous and will help people who are 75. I think that's inconsistent, and I think it's a real hard line to take with our seniors. Last Saturday in Let's Patrie, so many people came to talk to me about this. They're living through that injustice, and they're asking me how to explain it, and I can't. I implore the members of the Liberal Party present in this place to listen. For us at the NDP, this state of affairs is unacceptable. There's so many measures we could put forward to help seniors. We need to have pharmacare. It needs to be universal and public, not a hybrid system. A lot of people are left behind with Quebec's program. There are several groups that are requesting universal pharmacare. I'm very glad that the NDP did force the Liberal government that as of next year, seniors 65 and up who earn less than $60,000 will have access to dentistry, and that bill will go directly to the federal government, and that will increase our seniors' health and financial health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to speak to Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act amount of full pension. This bill is a way to fix a mistake made by the government, a mistake that led to discriminating against seniors 65 to 74. And create two classes of seniors. I dare to speak of discrimination in this place, not just discrimination based on age, but discrimination based on gender. I'll give you the reasons why this government decided to pass a measure that is doubly discriminatory. The government's arguments barely hold together. I will also explain how fixing this mistake is essential. When the government decided in 2019 to make an election promise to increase the pension for people 75 and up, they had two arguments, but only one was bandied about. The first one, which wasn't discussed a great deal, was the fact that increasing life expectancy means that pensions are paid out longer, which puts pressure on the retirement fund. Furthermore, inverting the age pyramid means that there are more people accepting benefits for old age security than those putting money into that fund. That leads to two choices for the government to make. They can increase workers' contribution by increasing the number of workers, or by increasing the amounts paid in by those workers, or reduce the amount granted on a monthly basis to seniors. Increasing the monthly amount to seniors 75 and up is part of the second category. Refusing to increase the pension of those aged 65 to 74 is an indirect way of reducing the monthly amount they would be granted, given that they have a fixed income, but their expenses are not fixed. Inflation is not fixed. Today's dollar is not the same dollar as one from 5 years ago. Their income is fixed, but the costs related to their basic needs are not. The second argument, the one that was put forward the most, was that people 75 and up have health costs that are higher. They need help in the home. They need specialized care. They need help with housekeeping and meal preparation. In short, people 75 and up have expenditures that those who are 65 to 74 don't. It's true and not true. The government generalized about a situation. There are people 65 and up who will never need support care in the home. They will never need specialized care. However, they forgot that there are people 65 to 74 who do need specialized care, who do need support in the home. It seems to be completely absent from the government's line of reasoning. Their needs are just as serious as those who are 75 and up, but they're not getting a single penny more. Another argument put forward by the government to justify granting an increase to those 75 and up and leaving behind the others is that those aged 65 to 74 are probably in good enough health to get an additional job and bring in some income. Again, that's true and not true. People over 65 years who want to work often realize very quickly that they are paying to go to work. They're paying out of their own pocket because they have a tax rate that's higher. A tax rate that looks like that of a single person when they've paid taxes their whole life. And if they earn a little too much money, we're not talking about huge amounts. If they earn just a little more, their pension gets cut. So we're talking about double taxation, which does not encourage people to go to work. I would remind everyone that the Century Initiative suggested the government encourage those in the 65 to 74-year-old age bracket to keep working. Does giving money to those who are 75 and up an indirect way of implementing this suggestion by the Century Initiative? The question bears asking. Those who are 65 and up, who are healthy enough to go to work, are facing double taxation. Bill C-319 helps people who want to go to work, because it's not everyone, but those who want to work to do so and to have the opportunity to earn more money before having their pension cut. What about an exemption of $5,000 to $6,000? It's not huge, but it can make all the difference for one person. Especially for an individual who doesn't have a large income. $6,000 is practically a gold strike for those who are living on the margins. If people who aren't healthy enough should not be penalized. This should always be a choice. These individuals work their entire lives, whether it be paid as part of the workforce or whether it be unpaid, because we always forget to calculate the value of volunteer work. And that's an important value, because instead of paying somebody to deliver meals for $30 to $50, it's a volunteer who does it. And that allows another senior to break their isolation and make sure that they're okay. Volunteer work is worth a fortune, but we never include it in our calculations. Invisible work. At the start of my text, I wrote that the government measures to increase the monthly amount of seniors 60, 75 and up is doubly discriminatory. It is because it's based on age, and that's an obvious one. The Old Age Security Program, when it was implemented, was a universal program. You were 65, and you could get that sum. It was universal. But now, they've decided to set up two classes of seniors, and it's discriminatory because women are the ones who, historically, have had less income. They're the ones who often end up without an RSP for many reasons. I knew some who had to drain their RSPs because they couldn't work anymore at 45 after a workplace accident. Not a penny left in their RSP at 65. And so they get $600 for the month with a $400 rent, and that's considered lucky to have a $400 rent. This bill intends to fix the mistake made by the government, because we cannot forget that when we give life, we have to take care of our seniors. Our seniors need help because by helping seniors, we also help our children. One day, our children will age, and they will need support. We never know what the future holds. And to end up a senior and having to skip meals or eating crackers for dinner, that's not dignity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Labour and Seniors.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to participate in the second hour of the second reading debate on Bill C-319. I would like to thank the member from Shefford for sponsoring this bill. It continues to spark important conversations. That's because we're constantly looking at how best to support older persons in Canada. Not everyone needs the same kind of help. Seniors themselves would agree. To demonstrate my point, I give you an example from Manchester, United Kingdom. A communications campaign in 2020 called Valuable, Not Vulnerable, highlighted contributions of older people in the pandemic response. It featured those who performed jobs in person on the front lines, those who volunteered in their communities, and those who took on caregiver roles. The campaign successfully countered the idea that an entire group shouldn't be labeled as frail or vulnerable. And the slogan was picked up around the world, including here in Canada. I bring this up because I want to underline that our government chose to raise the OAS pension for seniors 75 and over, and it was a good choice. It was based on data. It helped avoid lumping all seniors into the same category. As we know, the evidence tells us that seniors 75 and over are more likely to be vulnerable in certain circumstances. They're more likely to need more support. As the Minister of Employment said to the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology, this policy step was a very big step. The decision to increase the OAS pension for older seniors was in recognition of the more precarious life circumstances that are known to happen more often at age 75 and upwards. Let's crunch the numbers to get a more detailed view. We know that financial needs increase in this age group, and in 2020, more seniors aged 75 and over received the Guaranteed Income Supplement compared to those 65 to 74. There are also more women in the 75 and over category than men. And there are more Canadians with a disability in that age group. According to the Canadian Disability Survey in 2017, 47% of seniors aged 75 and over had a disability, compared to 32% of those in the younger group. That's quite a jump. That is why our government increased the OAS pension for seniors aged 75 and older. Budget 2021 provided a one-time payment of $500 to OAS pensioners who were 75 or over as of June 2022. We then increased the OAS pension payments for pensioners 75 and over by 10% on an ongoing basis as of July 2022. Speaker, this policy has helped approximately 3.3 million seniors. They will receive more than $800 extra over the first year of the increase, and that benefit, of course, is indexed, so that will continue to go up. Now I want to turn to another matter that we need to consider with Bill C-319 that has been commented on in this House. That is the critical work that is underway to modernize the IT infrastructure that supports the OAS program. Canada's IT infrastructure has been aging faster than the pace of repairs or replacement. By investing the time and money to fix this infrastructure, our government is ensuring that key programs like the Old Age Security Program and employment insurance will continue to be delivered in the timely way that Canadians deserve. These system changes were spurred on by the pandemic. We realize that a modernized benefits delivery platform is crucial so that we are able to target support when Canadians need it the most. We hope to ensure all Canadians are receiving all the benefits to which they are entitled. The timelines for Bill C-319 don't take into account the ongoing work. If passed, the bill would require complex changes to the existing OAS legacy system that would in turn jeopardize the critical deployment and stabilization of OAS onto the new platform. The benefits delivery modernization work has been underway since Budget 2021. Provided nearly $650 million for the Employment and Social Development Canada and Treasury Board Secretary to undertake it. And in this year's supplementary estimates, our government is planning for nearly $1.3 billion in expenditures related to the workforce capacity for OAS and to modernize the IT infrastructure that hosts it. As I mentioned, Bill C-319, if passed, would require various system changes to the legacy OAS system. The earliest recommended date to introduce policy changes that would require IT system changes is after September 2025, once the deployment of OAS on the new system has been properly stabilized. What's more, in October 2022, the Minister of Family, Children, and Social Development confirmed that safely onboarding OAS is a #1 priority. Speaker, the Canadian population is aging. Seniors are the fastest growing age group, and we need to consider how best to support them. Knowing that older Canadians are valuable and that some are vulnerable, just as we would find in any age group. Bill C-319 isn't ideal. Our government already has a good plan to support older Canadians, and work is underway. In fact, we've been supporting seniors since 2015. Most recently, in Budget 2023, we introduced a one-time grocery rebate, which will help offset the rising costs of food for eligible seniors. Additionally, Budget 2023 will provide funds to implement the Canadian Dental Care Plan. This plan will provide dental coverage for uninsured low to medium Canadians, including seniors. This means that no Canadian will ever have to choose between taking care of their oral health and paying the bills at the end of the month. These measures are in addition to the steps already taken by our government, which include returning the age of eligibility for the OAS pension and the GIS to 65 from 67, enhancing the GIS for the lowest income seniors, which benefited 900,000 seniors and contributed to lifting 45,000 out of poverty. Increase the OAS pension by 10% for seniors 75 plus, based on good data. And of course, all of our key benefits are indexed, so they never decrease and keep pace with the cost of living. Supporting seniors has been and will always be a top priority for this government. Our seniors have built this country we know and love today and are the backbone of Canadian society. Speaker, we will always have our seniors' backs. Thank you.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford with her 5-minute right of reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What can I say in 5 minutes to close the second hour of this important bill, C-319, which amends the Old Age Security Act to increase the amount of the full pension to which all pensioners aged 65 or over are entitled to by 10%, and to raise the exemption for a person's employment income or self-employed earnings that's taken into account in determining the amount of the GIS from $5,000 to $6,500. This is important because this is what I've been hearing all summer. I traveled around my riding this summer and all over Quebec, and I heard how unhappy seniors were and also how despairing they were because they want this bill to pass. For years, the Bloc has been making the living conditions of seniors one of our top priorities. Seniors were the main victims of COVID-19. They were among those who suffered the most and still suffer the negative consequences of the pandemic: isolation, anxiety, financial difficulties, and so on. But we mustn't be pessimistic today. I'm going to repeat myself because I believe this. I want seniors to be treated as with dignity and as for the great power they represent. Currently, OAS benefits are no longer enough to keep up with the decline in purchasing power and the huge increases in housing and food costs. With the shortage of labor, the Bloc is defending the interests of some seniors who want to keep working and contributing to the economy and the vitality of their communities. The Bloc has been calling for an increase in the exemption rate for seniors' employment income for a long time. We need to adjust public policy so that Quebec seniors can maintain a dignified quality of life in keeping with their preferences. In 2018, ESDC published a paper about seniors in the workforce, and after listening to the harmful consequences of ageism in the workplace and the difficulties faced by seniors, the study proposes a number of measures aimed at facilitating the integration and retention of seniors and experienced workers in the workforce. Socialization in the workplace is a good way of combating isolation. Life expectancy is constantly on the increase, and the number of jobs that are less demanding than those of the past is higher. There's also growing distress among small and medium-sized businesses, which are desperate for workers. And when they go out of business, that affects local economies. Thirdly, it's difficult to understand the choices made by the Liberal government. At best, they've simply sat back with half measures, as we saw during the pandemic. There were modest investments and ad hoc assistance to help seniors through the pandemic, and that was laudable, but not enough. In 2021, the Liberal budget increased OAS benefits for seniors 75 and over. That was late and ill-conceived because it creates a new problem: discrimination between seniors aged 65 to 74 and those over 74. The Bloc is opposed to this discrimination, this creating two classes of seniors. The problems that seniors face are not simply based on age category. So 75 and over are, in 2021, made up about 2.8 million people compared to 3.7 million people aged 65 to 74. So that's the larger group, the younger seniors. And nothing's been done to fix this injustice. The bill would put an end to that. And a one-off check of $500 to people aged 75 and over wasn't going to solve anything. So this bill would improve the financial situation of seniors and eliminate the age discrimination. The aim of the two measures in this bill is to increase basic monthly amounts and seniors' annual working income. This is the least we can do to help millions of people who've contributed to society and to help them live with dignity. The Bloc is calling for an increase to the OAS for all seniors aged 65 and over. And one last thing, many seniors organizations in Quebec are calling for this bill. Seniors are watching us. They're asking us not to play partisan games. Colleagues, let's take action now for the sake of seniors' dignity. The question is as follows. Ms. Larouche, seconded by Mr. Thériault, moved that Bill C-319, an act to amend the Old Age Security Act, amount of full pension, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities.
Personnes handicapées. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until next Wednesday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Alors, dans ce moment-ci, conformément...
Order. Pursuant to the standing orders, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed moved and seconded. As a result, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. On September 20th, I rose to ask a question about how the carbon tax is impacting farmers. The minister responded by trying to suggest that somehow the carbon tax will stop natural disasters which occur in this country and all around the world. The fact of the matter is this. The carbon tax has not done that, and that is because we actually live in a global environment where the carbon emissions from other countries, for example, the carbon emissions of China, impact whether or not there are large carbon emissions going on in the world. There's no such thing as a carbon dome that's covering Canada, protecting Canada, so that somehow if we reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while countries like China continue to put out more than double our total output in their year-over-year increases, yet somehow they think the carbon tax is going to protect us. It is not going to protect us, and in fact, it makes the cost of everything more expensive. And farmers at the International Plowing Match were saying to me, this is a huge challenge. But what makes it worse, Madam Speaker, is that when I raised this question, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of the Environment tried to suggest that farmers are exempt from the carbon tax and stated they don't pay a carbon tax even to dry grain. And then when I suggested that he was wrong, he accused me of spreading misinformation. Madam Speaker, that is outrageous because he's absolutely wrong. Farmers do pay a carbon tax to dry grain. Farmers do pay carbon taxes on all the inputs on the farm. The only thing they don't pay a carbon tax on is purple gas, which is exempt. But the truck that brings that purple gas pays a carbon tax on the gas they use. This Parliamentary Secretary is so woefully uninformed on his file, it's embarrassing. And to accuse me of spreading misinformation when he did not know what he is talking about is deeply shameful, and the member should apologize. If he spent 5 seconds talking to a farmer instead of blustering here in the House of Commons, he would know farmers pay a carbon tax to dry grain. If they didn't pay a carbon tax, Madam Speaker, why would Bill C-234 to eliminate the carbon tax from farm fuels be in the Senate? Why would the Parliamentary Budget Officer have said Bill C-234 will save farmers $1 billion? His lack of information, his audacity to accuse me of misinformation is exactly the reason why we're in the mess in this country, because they don't have a clue about what they're talking about.
Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the follow-up from my colleague. I'm capable of coming into this House and having an honest and open conversation without accusing my colleague of being shameful or anything like that, and I hope we can carry on forthwith in that regard. I thank my colleague again for voicing concerns of farmers. They're crucial. As I mentioned in my answer back then, I also live in a rural riding. I talk to farmers regularly. They feed our cities, they boost our economy, they create jobs, and I enjoy going to the farmers market on Saturday, eating the fresh produce that they produce. Canada's agriculture sector is a pillar of rural communities like Dufferin-Caledon and Milton. It's a vital part of our economy, and the food supplied to urban centres comes from there. So our economy greatly benefits from this sector, and it's crucial that we do more to support our farmers. But Madam Speaker, the real reason that we're here is because my colleague is really proud of a Facebook post that he put up where he accused me of giving up. And I just want to make it clear that I'm not giving up on fighting climate change or countering misinformation in this place. I was forced to sit down halfway through my response to his question that day in question period because the Conservatives were making so much noise, heckling me, that the Speaker stood up and told me to sit back down. So I did. I'm not going to give up. I will follow the instructions from the Speaker, but I will always stand up for truth, for science, and I will continue to fight climate change. I will also say that everybody in this House ran on a commitment to price carbon in the last election. The member has a short memory if he doesn't recall what he was asking his constituents to send him to Ottawa on the basis of. Aaron O'Toole ran on a commitment to price carbon, and that's why many members of Dufferin-Caledon's community voted for that member, because he claimed to care about climate change as farmers in our region do. Madam Speaker, I'm not willing to give up fighting climate change just because there are countries with larger carbon footprints. Indeed, countries, that's not how you measure a carbon footprint. We can measure them per capita. And Canadians have an extraordinarily high per capita carbon footprint. We need to do more to lower those emissions and that reliance on fossil fuels. And that's one of the reasons why we have a carbon price in Canada, because a carbon price is a proven methodology, a market-based instrument, actually a very conservative methodology to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and drive innovation in the energy sector. Now, to the member's accusation that I don't know my facts, Madam Speaker, many farm fuels are exempt. I'm well aware of the recent bill's efforts to change some of the regulations around propane and natural gas for grain drying. But I'm not here to say I know more about this than other people, and certainly farmers, the experts on their operations. And I'm happy to see that that bill has the support it requires to go forward. But still, my family are apple farmers, and the farm fuel on that farm is exempt from the price on carbon, as many other products that farmers use to produce food are. But that's also leads me to my next point of what's driving inflation and higher costs at the grocery stores. Madam Speaker, it's mostly climate change. And this is not a refutable concept. When you talk to farmers, they talk about how all of the rain that they expect over a month or even a season sometimes now falls over a 24-hour period, and then it doesn't rain at all for 2 months. We have fruit and vegetable producing regions who have suffered wildfires, and the member opposite is being very disingenuous when he suggests that the minister has stood up to suggest that a carbon price is going to eliminate natural disasters. That is absolutely not what the minister said, and that's not what any person has said with respect to why a carbon price is important. A carbon price will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, demonstrating that we can build our economy forward in a green and sustainable manner. But to suggest that a carbon price is just going to end floods, fires, and extreme weather is disingenuous from the member. We rely on science on this side of the House, and I hope the member will come on board as well.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Well, Madam Speaker, I just want to perhaps put the words the member said last time we debated this directly to him, where he said farm fuels are mostly fossil fuels and they are exempt from the carbon price. Then he said the member opposite mentioned grain drying. Farm fuel exemption applies to the gas that people use for drying grain. The spread of misinformation on that side is rampant. Well, in fact, the only thing that is exempt from the carbon tax on a farm is purple gas. The member should know that. You do pay a carbon tax to dry grain. That causes an increase in the cost of grain. The fact that all the inputs on a farm, like fertilizer, come from oil and gas, and that is subject to a carbon tax, increases the price of food. Will you just finally admit the carbon tax is causing food inflation?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we don't need to go back and forth in arguing what our opinions are on this matter. There's actual economists in this country that are measuring these things, and the member can go and consult that data on how a carbon price impacts food inflation and the cost of groceries. The real reality is that it's climate change that's driving food inflation. Any farmer will tell you that climate change is having an impact on their productions. Now, I did look at the member's Facebook when I was tagged in that post where he accused me of giving up. I once again want to say that I'm not giving up on fighting climate change. I'm not giving up on standing up for science and facts and evidence. But I'm also kind of concerned because throughout the thread, a lot of the people that were commenting on that Facebook post of the member from Dufferin-Caledon were saying climate change is a hoax. It's not true. one person said, I'm a farmer, climate change isn't real. Madam Speaker, it's that kind of misinformation that we need to stand up against, and it's that member who's allowing it to occur on his social media. He's encouraging it with his posts by liking those posts and promoting those posts. That's shameful, and the member ought to apologize. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1,800 times. Over 1,800 times, the Prime Minister promised in the 2015 election
members that once they've had their opportunity to voice their questions and receive the answers, that there's not another opportunity for them to continue. I'm going to allow the honourable member for Kitchener Centre to restart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 1,800 times. In fact, over 1,800 times, the Prime Minister promised in the 2015 election that that would be the last election under winner-take-all, first past the post. Now, I probably don't need to bore you with the details to know that that promise wasn't kept. It's obvious that politics got in the way. But why does it matter? Well, first, because promises matter for Canadians across the country to have trust in our democracy, particularly promises as significant as that one. Secondly, because winner take all, first past the post dramatically distorts the results and the interests of Canadians. As just one example, in Ontario's last general election, the current party that has now 100% of the power at Queen's Park only earned around 17% of the popular vote. What a massive distortion that first past the post continually leads to time and time again. In Quebec's most recent election, just another example. Another reason why it matters, though, is because it's been proven time and again that first past the post is not appropriate for Canada. In fact, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, when she spoke on this same topic last night and joined in this advocacy, as she has for so many years, calling for electoral reform, she pointed out that 8 times since 1921, this House or various law commissions have studied the issue. They've found that first past the post doesn't fit well for us, and they've recommended we do something differently. So we're going to continue this advocacy. Here's what's in the works. Earlier this year, I introduced a motion working with Fair Vote Canada to call for a citizens' assembly on electoral reform, to take the politics out of it, to have regular Canadians come together like a jury to get expert opinion. This would be a randomized group who would then make recommendations back to parliamentarians. This approach is supported by 76% of Canadians. Fair Vote Canada volunteers then went out across the country and met with MPs and spoke with them about the importance of following this intention from Canadians and supporting this motion. We were allowed up to 20 joint seconds in this place on a motion. Thanks to the work of those volunteers, MPs from the Conservative Party, the New Democratic Party, and the Liberal Party joint seconded to fill up that list. In fact, Fair Vote had to create a separate website to show all of the MPs who wanted to be known for their support. There are almost 40 now, including the Parliamentary Secretary who's with us here this evening. The Liberal Party themselves then had a convention earlier this year where they also endorsed the idea, the grassroots volunteers of their party. It's why I asked the Prime Minister about it shortly after to say, in light of all this, has his opinion changed? At the time, it hadn't. His answer was a kind of a my way or the highway. Until we have consensus on a winner-take-all ranked ballot, he wasn't interested in moving ahead at the time. The good news, though, is that while a vote on the motion I brought forward wouldn't happen for some time still, the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, took it upon herself to bring this motion forward. She'd drawn a much better number in our lottery system for private members' motions, and there will be a vote on it. My question for the Parliamentary Secretary is, will there be a change in focus from his party to now support this really important motion?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's nice to be in the House tonight to talk to my friend and colleague, from Kitchener Centre. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak to the importance of democratic reform in Canada. The Government of Canada is committed to strengthening Canada's democratic institutions. Our electoral system is the fundamental rules determining how votes are translated into seats in the House of Commons is one of the most foundational pieces of our democracy, and it's also one of the strongest in the world. Among many things, it provides Canadians with a direct connection to their Member of Parliament, who must work with every one of our constituents to develop national policy and make political decisions while engaging and remaining accountable back home and increasingly digitally connected Canada. Our current first-past-the-post system is not perfect. Certainly no system is, but it has served Canada well for over 150 years and continues to advance the democratic values that Canadians want reflected in their system of government. It includes strong local representation, stability, and accountability. How Canadians vote and how we govern ourselves is fundamentally important, and it impacts us all. Given this government's view has been very, very clear. Any major reforms to the electoral system should not be imposed on Canadians, but rather it would require the broad support of Canadians. That's something that's hard to achieve, Madam Speaker, because as the member stated, only 17% of Ontarians actually voted in favor of the Premier. I think that was the number that he provided. It's tough to get people to the polls. We all have that challenge every election. What we do during the period of an election is we go out to our supporters and we make sure that they vote. And voter turnout is actually pretty low. It's higher for federal elections than it is for other levels of government. But in Canada, it can be challenging to get people to engage. And that apathy is something that we all have to challenge a little bit. As the member stated, I'm a signatory to the idea of having a National Assembly on democratic reform and pursue some type of better representation. But I'm also fairly of the opinion, personally, that it shouldn't include more unelected people, more people that don't know exactly who their representative is. I think it's very relevant to my community that they know exactly how to find me. Just before I was here, I was in my office over at the Valor Building, and a member of my community reached out over Facebook Messenger, and I just gave him a call, and we chatted for 20 minutes. He knows exactly who his Member of Parliament is, and that's very, very important to the integrity of our electoral system, because I can be accountable, I can be reassuring, and I can make sure that his voice is heard in here. However, some systems of proportional representation would have members of this House that don't directly have a constituency, as members of the Senate do, and I have concerns about the lack of accountability, and my concerns extend to both a future potential unelected House of Commons, as well as, quite frankly, an unelected other place. Given this and all of these things, our government has been very, very clear that we are not of the view that a new system ought to be imposed on people. And after the 2015 election, our government consulted very broadly with Canadians. Many members of this chamber held town halls in their own riding on this topic, and we heard a myriad of ideas and concerns, which is important throughout that engagement. However, no clear preference or consensus emerged. Therefore, the government decided not to proceed at that time. But I think that's where the utility of a citizens' assembly could be really effective. I had a great conversation recently with Fair Vote Canada, and I'm supportive of the notion of Canadians coming together to talk about how our electoral process and system of governing could be enhanced. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by pausing on this point about any kind of reform being imposed. This notion, to me, is not a fair argument to start with, because, well, that's what elections are for. Promises are made, people are voted for, and those promises are meant to be followed through on. I think that's a really important promise from the 2015 campaign. But not to belabor that point, I really appreciate the support of the Parliamentary Secretary for this motion calling for a citizens' assembly. But he knows, like I do, we're going to need a lot more support across all sides, including from the governing party. Can I hear more about, through you, what he's going to do to build that kind of support? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think most members of the House of Commons have their own strong views on this. This really comes down to how we arrive in our current place of work. And every community is very different. I think that given the diversity of Canada's landscape, how different a riding is like Kitchener Centre is from your riding, Madam Speaker, on Manitoulin Island, a place that I love to visit, and I didn't make it to this summer, but I hope to next year. Those two ridings are really, really different. And, the systems by which you do your work in those two communities are very different. So to answer the question clearly, how am I going to encourage more discussion? I'm going to stay open and honest on the subject. I'm going to meet with my constituents and talk to my colleagues here in the House of Commons about how we can create a more robust democratic institution here in Canada.
Honourable Member Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I hope you won't mind indulging me for one quick moment. On Monday, my Oma, of 96 years of age, passed away. She left an amazing legacy, 14 grandchildren and 25 great-grandchildren. She was a constant in my life and just an absolutely wonderful human being. Thank you. In May, I highlighted how the NDP Liberal government has failed to uphold its duty to protect children in the agreement signed with the province of British Columbia to decriminalize possession of illicit drugs. I asked the former Minister of Mental Health and Addictions why her government had not done more to protect children. Countless times, needles and other drug paraphernalia have been found on school grounds and in other areas like parks frequented by children, specifically Mill Lake in Abbotsford. Earlier that same day, during debate on an opposition motion related to the opioids crisis, I told this House about the time my son's daycare had to be closed because paraphernalia had been left behind on the property in front of their entranceway. Do you know what the minister's response to me was in question period that day, Madam Speaker? I'll quote, and she stated that the exemption we have approved in British Columbia specifically states that playgrounds and areas attached to schools and daycares are not exempt and must be enforced. Unfortunately, while true, this ignores the fact that this government provided no resources for local health authorities and law enforcement to contain these dangerous drugs and protect communities. And while the government did amend its agreement with BC last month to broaden the scope of areas where these substances are banned, it begs the question of whether these rules will actually be enforced. In 2022, Madam Speaker, a record 2,383 British Columbians needlessly died from an illicit drug overdose. In 2023, we're on pace to surpass that figure. Those British Columbians and the thousands more like them across Canada deserve timely access to treatment and recovery services. Instead, this government has focused on making access to dangerous drugs easier without addressing treatment. The tragic story of Camilla Sword from Coquitlam highlights how easy these drugs are to access for children. She was 14 when she died of an overdose of the very drug this government encourages to be dispersed. Students in the area told the National Post at the time that some as young as 11 were abusing this drug, hydromorphone, and that a tablet could be bought for just $5 to $10 in their community. The reckless and irresponsible implementation of this government's drug handout program has had the tragic and deadly consequence for many Canadian youth. So, Madam Speaker, my question to the Minister this evening is this. Will this government finally uphold their obligation to protect children under the agreement with the province of BC? And will they finally deliver the treatment and recovery services that are so desperately needed in my province and should be tied to any such agreement in the first place? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and to the Minister of Sports and Physical Activity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. This crisis is having a tragic and unrelenting toll on Canadians, their families, and communities. There are 4 pillars recognized internationally that are necessary for a successful substance use strategy. And I should say, Madam Speaker, these are irrefutable. These pillars are well established in the medical community. I'm not a doctor. The member's not a doctor. We ought to listen to science and experts when it comes to something so critical, like protecting the lives of our most vulnerable community members. Those 4 pillars are prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. Our government is committed to a comprehensive approach that implements policies and supports in all 4 of these essential areas. To address this public health crisis, we have to use all the tools that we have, including innovative approaches such as granting the province of British Columbia an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. That is a democratic approach. BC asked for this 3-year time-limited exemption that began in January 2023. We take the safety of all Canadians seriously, and that's why from the beginning we've approached this from both a public health and a public safety perspective. This exemption will be continuously monitored, assessed, and adjusted if needed. They requested this exemption because of the stigma that criminalization produces. Criminalization, Madam Speaker, kills people. People are dying because they fear the repercussions of asking for help. The fact is that people who use substances need support, not judgment. They need community, not isolation. They need empathy and understanding, not stigma. Local governments do have tools and bylaws they can use to amend and address any unintended consequences or concerns that their communities are experiencing. Local governments know their community and their needs and what works best for them. Addressing the ongoing public health crisis while maintaining the safety of all Canadians is essential. To ensure the safety of children and youth in BC, this exemption does not apply on elementary and secondary school premises, nor licensed childcare facilities, on playgrounds, at spray pools, or at wading pools, or at skate parks, Madam Speaker. We need to be careful of the potential for recriminalizing personal possession among some of the most vulnerable people who use drugs in our communities. We're committed to continuing our work with British Columbia to find solutions. But to find solutions, we must first understand the many different factors that drive substance use. That must include addressing mental health. Prevention, treatment, and harm reduction measures all have a role to play, as do actions that reduce stigma and provide continued access to health and social supports for individuals. Madam Speaker, let me quote the Vancouver Police Department. Police can now focus on those doing the most harm in this crisis. Person and organized crime groups who import, manufacture, and distribute these toxic substances. They are not aware of any incidents in Vancouver in which safe supply has been trafficked to youth, responding contrary to the assertion of the Leader of the Opposition in a much maligned video that was, frankly, Madam Speaker, disgusting. There are media reports that have made it into the House of Commons that are further stigmatizing individuals and communities, Madam Speaker. I want to know one thing. If the member for Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon would commit to something tonight. The Fraser House Society in his riding is receiving federal funding to create podcasts for men in the trades that will provide tools and information on pain, trauma, and substance use while enhancing awareness, decreasing stigma, and encouraging shared lived experiences. Is he ready to commit to publicly meeting with those individuals? They have answers, insight, and perspective that might help the member further understand the very complex nature of the illness that is addiction, Madam Speaker. I've met with survivors of addiction, with people who have recovered from addiction, and for people who require this help, and he should too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in fact, my office is right beside Haven in the Hollow, and every day I see the impacts of the approach taken by this government. At the end of the day, I believe that all of us in this House have one thing in common, and that is that we do not want to see people die. I firmly believe that. But the actions taken by this government were irresponsible because none of the 4 pillars that my colleague from Milton mentioned, prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement, are tied to the agreement with the province of British Columbia. So since the implementation of their actions, all we've seen is an increase in the number of deaths. To the group he mentioned, I would be pleased to meet with him. And I would also encourage him to come to Vancouver and come to the Fraser Valley, where it's a fact that we do not have treatment options available for people that want to get clean, that want to restart their life, that want to have a fighting chance of breaking addiction. This government has not supported those actions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's categorically false that this government hasn't supported recovery options. That's absolutely not the case, Madam Speaker. Harm reduction services are a vital part of a comprehensive, compassionate, and collaborative public health approach to problematic substance use that includes prevention, enforcement, treatment, and additional social and health and social supports. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the invitation from my colleague, but tragically, Milton and the GTA are also experiencing an opioid crisis. There's harm reduction that occurs in my riding. I've met with pharmacists that assist people who are living with addiction to get the services that they require, the treatment that they require, so that they can continue their lives and their journey towards a drug-free life. Madam Speaker, there are a lot of people in the Lower Mainland that I would encourage my colleague to visit with and meet with, because furthering the stigma attached to people who use substances is not a solution to saving their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to the Standing Order 24-1.